Chapter 193. Although Harrington had been rejected, he knew very well that neither Blake nor Helena would joke about something like this. Blake was going to unleash his strongest attack before he failed his promotion. No one would be careless about something like this. Harrington focused part of his attention on David. He wanted to see how David could make the hunter mantis pause for a moment. David stood at the outermost edge of the defensive circle. As soon as he stood still, a hunter mantis charged at his shield. While defending, David used his mind to draw the sleeping rune. A sleeping pattern flew out and flew into the body of a hunter mantis 5 meters away from David. The hunter mantis paused, but since it was some distance away from the defensive circle, Kaji's attack couldn't reach it. The sleeping pattern flew into the hunter mantis's soul and began to absorb the hunter mantis's soul power. It immediately divided into many bewitching patterns. David had already gotten used to multitasking with his mind when he got the shadow attendant. As soon as he sensed the connection from the hunter mantis, he immediately controlled the hunter mantis to move. The bewitched hunter mantis's movement didn't seem special. It was just like the other hunter mantises, except that it didn't take the initiative to attack. Everything about it was the same as the other hunter mantises. At the very least, none of the soldiers in the defense circle could see the difference in the bewitched hunter mantis. Similarly, even the hunter mantis king could not see the difference in it. At the end of the day, the hunter mantis king controlled the hunter mantises with its voice, while David controlled them through an inexplicable soul connection. These were two completely different methods of control. David's aura was too weak. A low-level Kaji in a group of high-level Kaji was as obvious as the moon in a firefly. Therefore, the hunter mantises immediately focused their attention on David. The hunter mantises shifted their focus to David's side. This increased the pressure on David greatly. Fortunately, Harrington and Helena kept attacking him from behind, reducing the pressure on him. That was how he managed to defend himself. No matter how hard it was to defend, David still had a bit of his mind on the body of the shadow servant in the sky, looking for traces of the hunter mantis king. David learned his lesson when the big shield Kaji's calf was attacked. Of course, the other 4 Kaji did the same. They were not like the big shield Kaji, who could only be bandaged. In this environment, the calf would lose the chance to be reattached once it was separated from a body. The poisonous gas had a serious corrosive effect on the body, especially the severed limb that was separated from a body. What awaited the big shield Kaji was to retire and become an ordinary person who relied on mechanical prosthetics to live. He would lose the chance to become a transcendent forever. For the elite Kaji, this situation was worse than death. The shadow attendant in the sky saw a faint shadow appear among the hunter mantises in front of David. The hunter mantis controlled by David also discovered the hunter mantis king's silhouette. It was right next to it. David suddenly roared and unleashed all the power in his body. At the same time, he activated the power oscillation at full force. The hunter mantis king was too fast. If he didn't activate the power oscillation in advance, David suspected that he wouldn't be able to activate it in time after he was attacked. The hunter mantis king's speed was too fast. Even if it was moving in a small area, he couldn't see its figure clearly. Sure enough, David's preparations were not in vain. Just as he activated the power oscillation, the second-grade shield in his hand was hit by a huge force. His body was involuntarily sent flying backwards by the impact of this huge force. At this moment, all of his perfect defense techniques were useless. Under the effect of absolute strength and speed, David's defense was not worth mentioning at all. However, the second-grade shield was still effective in protecting him. It didn't let him take a direct hit. Only the bones in his arms made a crisp sound. Both of his arms made the sound of bones breaking at the same time. Attention! The body has suffered a third-grade injury. During the process of flying backwards, David's custom-made exoskeleton armor's AI system's voice came from his helmet. This custom-made exoskeleton armor's life monitoring system was strengthened by Mohm from the engineering division. It automatically determined David's current injury. Injuries during battle were divided into 3 grades. Injuries that did not reach the 3rd grade would not be reported by the exoskeleton armor at all. The first grade was a serious injury that was life-threatening. The second grade was a serious injury to a certain part of the body. The third grade was a loss of combat ability, but the body did not suffer any major damage. For these three types of injuries, the exoskeleton armor would activate the corresponding protection. At this moment, David felt the exoskeleton armor on his arms contracting inwards, completely fixing his arms and not letting him suffer any second damage. When Helena saw David flying backwards, she reached out and grabbed David's exoskeleton armor. However, she didn't catch him just like that. Instead, she threw him back skillfully. With her rich experience, she naturally knew that the power of a second-grade insectoid king was not something she could eliminate. The consequence of catching David by force was that she would also be injured. In particular, David would suffer a second injury. Furnace was helping the injured Kaji bandage his wounds. He was useless in battle and could only be reduced to a medic. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Then, he was hit by David's body. No one looked at the unlucky Furnace. After the Hunter Mantis King sent David flying, it did not feel good either. Although David's strength was nothing to it, the power shock really affected it. The Hunter Mantis King's unparalleled speed could not help but slow down because of the power shock in its body. The speed at which it left the defensive circle was also slowed down by a beat. Kill! Blake, who did not make a move when David was flying backwards, yelled at this moment. The trace of transcendent power in his body was triggered by him. In the exoskeleton armor, his skin instantly burst open and blood gushed out. This was the initial effect of mobilizing this trace of transcendent power. As this trace of transcendent power moved in his body, muscles broke and bones were full of cracks. For this trace of transcendent power, Blake's body, which was in the transformation period, was more like glass meeting a diamond. Wherever it passed, there was damage everywhere. However, Blake's eyes, which were hidden behind the helmet, flashed with excitement. At this moment, he experienced the power of Transcendent. Ever since he took the Transcendent potion and produced this trace of transcendent power, his strength had been increasing. Just the increase in strength alone was already unbearable for his body, let alone using this trace of transcendent power. Therefore, he had this trace of transcendent power for many years, but he had never really mobilized the transcendent power. This was the Transcendence domain. In fact, if he did not take 2 bottles of eternal holy water to completely recover his body, he would not dare to mobilize this trace of transcendent power. Because his damaged body could not wait for this trace of transcendent power to erupt and would be completely destroyed. The Hunter Mantis King sensed a transcendent power. Although it was a weak transcendent power, it was still an incomplete level 2 insectoid. Therefore, it felt threatened. Because of David's weakness, the power shock in the Hunter Mantis King's body only affected the Hunter Mantis King for a moment. At this moment, the Hunter Mantis King had already dispelled the power shock effect. The Hunter Mantis King wanted to retreat to get away from this transcendent power that made it feel threatened. However, how could David not realize that he was weak? Although David was sent flying, the bewitching pattern did not break the connection. The bewitched Hunter Mantis moved its body and pressed against the Hunter Mantis King's body, causing the Hunter Mantis King that was about to retreat to lose its path of retreat. Of course, as long as the Hunter Mantis King used its strength, it would be able to push the bewitched Hunter Mantis away, but it did not have time. The level 2 warhammer in Blake's hand smashed towards the Hunter Mantis King at an indescribable speed. Within the faint blue light, a faint white light could be seen. This was Blake's proudest strike in his life, and also his most powerful strike. Following this strike, even the exoskeleton armor on Blake's body made a cracking sound. That was the sound caused by overloading. The level 2 warhammer collided with the Hunter Mantis King. The Hunter Mantis King used its scythe-like limbs to block the attack. To Blake's surprise, the level 2 warhammer easily smashed through the Hunter Mantis King's limbs, and then smashed into its body. The Hunter Mantis King's body did not resist at all, and a large hole was smashed into its body. The heart behind the hole was also directly smashed open by this strike, and green insect blood spurted out. During the process of Blake's attack, Harrington and Helena both stared intently at him. This was because it was rare for Kaji, who was in the metamorphosis stage, to attack. Perhaps they would not see such an attack in their lifetime. This was also the power they would obtain in the future, so they had to pay attention to it. As the Hunter Mantis King was killed, all the other Hunter Mantises panicked. They quickly retreated. After losing their king, they lost their confidence. David endured the pain in his arm and controlled the bewitched Hunter Mantis to retreat with the other Hunter Mantises. He also gave the order to follow the group of Hunter Mantises. After this order was given, the bewitched Hunter Mantises would follow his order until they died. Unless he encountered this bewitched Hunter Mantis again, he would completely lose the chance to control it. However, in order to not expose his spiritual hibernation ability, he had no choice but to do this. After using his most powerful strike, Blake's injured body fell to the ground powerlessly. He, who was already prepared, gave the order to his exoskeleton armor. Soon, a prepared bottle of holy water of youth was injected into his body, followed by a second bottle. The 2 bottles of holy water of youth healed most of his injuries, and the rest of his injuries were still recovering. These injuries would no longer affect his life, but he had lost the ability to move. Due to the loss of power, the exoskeleton armor automatically entered a locked state without the support of power. At least, Blake could not come out of the locked exoskeleton armor before leaving the 6th Boulder Resource Planet. "Blake, David, how are you?" Helena asked loudly. David was currently in a comfortable state. The process of the shadow attendant absorbing the soul of the Hunter Mantis King was transmitted to David's soul through the mind left in the shadow attendant's body. Blake coughed twice and said, "Ahem, I won't die." Although his body was in a severe sense of emptiness after losing that trace of transcendent power, he was in an extremely good mood. This was because he had experienced the power of the transcendent, even though it was only a trace of the real transcendent power. David, say something. How are you?" Helena heard that Blake's voice was still very strong and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. However, she didn't hear David's voice. She couldn't help but feel nervous again and quickly asked, "I'm fine. My arm is broken. I'll recover after a few days of rest." David also broke away from the comfortable state and replied after hearing Helena's question, "We actually killed such a terrifying Hunter Mantis King. Brother Blake, I'm afraid your name will spread across the entire Boulder planet." Harrington said with a laugh. Although they had David's help, the real attack that killed the Hunter Mantis King was Blake's attack. He killed the Hunter Mantis King with just one attack. He killed a level 2 insectoid, and it was a level 2 insectoid with such terrifying speed. "Ahem." Blake coughed a few more times, and then said, "Something's wrong. When I hit the Hunter Mantis King just now, I didn't feel the defense of a level 2 insectoid. It was as if I hit the body of a level 1 insectoid." Blake was very experienced in battle. Although he was affected by that trace of transcendent power, his basic judgment would not be too far off. Therefore, after hearing Blake's words, Helena and Harrington's expressions changed, and they hurriedly rushed to the corpse of the Hunter Mantis King. If this wasn't the Hunter Mantis King, then they were in big trouble. However, it didn't seem like it because after this Hunter Mantis was killed, all the other Hunter Mantises ran away. It didn't seem like it was fake. After arriving at the corpse of the Hunter Mantis King, Helena first saw the iconic level 2 insectoid limb. This was the main material for making a level 2 weapon. She let out a long sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it was the Hunter Mantis King. Chapter 194. Helena examined the body of the Hunter Mantis King. After seeing the 2nd-grade insect limb, she immediately took a 2nd-grade decomposition knife from the soldier beside her and personally removed the 2nd-grade claw tip of the Hunter Mantis King. However, when she opened the Hunter Mantis King's mouth and saw the teeth inside, she exclaimed in shock, "Helena, is there a problem?" Harrington, who was standing at the side, hurriedly asked. Although Blake couldn't move, he still looked at Helena with concern. Only the claws of this hunter mantis king are level 2 materials. The teeth in its mouth are all level 1 materials. Helena explained as she moved aside to let Harrington examine the mouth of the hunter mantis king. How is this possible? Harrington and Blake both exclaimed at the same time. After fighting the insectoids for so many years, how could they not know the habits of the insectoids? They had never heard of a level 2 insectoid that only had a part of its body remaining as a level 1 insectoid. Not only that, but the shell of the hunter mantis king is also a level 1 material. It's not the level 2 shell that a level 2 insectoid should have. Helena's decomposition knife moved on the shell of the hunter mantis king, and she realized that something was wrong. At first, she thought that it would take some effort to cut open the shell of the hunter mantis king, but she didn't expect the level 2 decomposition knife silk to cut open the shell so easily. This was definitely not a level 2 insectoid's defense. It was no different from a level 1 insectoid's defense. Helena, turn on the video and record the decomposition process. Blake reminded, it's already on. I need to report this to the higher-ups when I return to Non-City. Helena replied as she decomposed the shell. After so many years of fighting with the insectoids, any abnormalities among the insectoids must be reported to the Interstellar Federation. This was the duty of every Kaji. It was because of this rule that the Federation's Kaji was familiar with every insectoid, and that the Federation's curriculum had such detailed insectoid knowledge. This knowledge was collected by the soldiers on the front lines, and after being sorted and differentiated by the researchers, it formed a systematic knowledge system. Luckily, the strengthened meat is still at the 2nd tier. Helena said after she had identified the 2 pieces of strengthened meat with her decomposition knife. No wonder the hunter mantis king never stopped. It didn't even slow down, and it was so timid. Blake also understood the situation in the previous battle. In the previous battle, the hunter mantis king had been moving quickly. Even its attack was a surprise attack, and it retreated immediately after the attack. Originally, with the strength of a level 2 insectoid, once there was a gap in its defense, it should take advantage of the opportunity to pursue an attack. However, the hunter mantis king would always leave after one attack. So it was all because the hunter mantis king's defense was only at the level of a rank 1 arachnid. No wonder Blake's attack was able to kill the hunter mantis king and not heavily injure it like Blake had initially estimated. Only the Transcendent could kill a level 2 arachnid with 1 attack. The Transcendent was the main force against level 2 arachnids. Usually, level 2 arachnids would be dealt with by the Transcendent. Today, the Transcendent didn't have time, and the elite Kaji here was enough to deal with the level 2 arachnids, so these Kaji were left to deal with the level 2 arachnids. There's no King's Core, Harrington said helplessly after rummaging through the hunter mantis king's corpse. He hadn't forgotten about the King's Core. How can a king that hasn't even completed its evolution have a King's Core? Helena said speechlessly. The Kaji rested for half an hour. During this time, some of the Kaji picked up the spoils of war from the hunter cockroaches, while some of the Kaji healed the injured Kaji. A few of the Kaji quietly picked up the corpses of their companions. Although the death of their companions put the Kaji in a bad mood, they still had to complete the mission. Without the mission reward, the deceased Kaji would receive a lot less compensation. Blake was carried on the back of a Kaji from the Secret Service team. The exoskeleton armor was specially designed for this kind of situation. Blake and his exoskeleton armor were fixed on the back of the Kaji from the Secret Service team. The same was true for the Kaji who had lost his lower leg. After some simple treatment, the rest of the injured soldiers were able to move freely without any hindrance. David felt the numbness and itchiness in his arm bones. This was a sign that his arm bones were recovering after using the medicine. However, although he had used the medicine, the injuries to his bones made him unable to fight for at least 3 days. He could only follow the Kaji team and be protected by the Kaji team. Helena was still in command, and the Kaji from the 2 major forces followed her orders. Helena sent out 2 Kaji scouts to scout ahead. Bell, who was sniping Kaji, and Kaji, who was protecting him, were both summoned back to the team. After defeating the Hunter Mantis group, according to the Zerg's territorial awareness, no other Zerg would appear in this area for at least a short period of time. At most, there would only be a few Hunter Mantis scattered around. They probably wouldn't encounter another Zerg that could pose a threat to the Kaji team, so Helena didn't move forward too cautiously. Instead, she sped up, wanting to complete the mission as soon as possible. Although the injuries of the injured in the team had been treated, it was best for them to go back and be treated by professional doctors. The mining area soon appeared in front of them. In the video sent back by the scout Kaji, there were only a dozen Hunter Mantis in the mining area. 2 teams of 10 Kaji rushed into the mining area. The team had a Grade 2 shield Kaji, and most of them were elite Kaji with Grade 2 weapons. The dozen Hunter Mantis were killed almost without any resistance. David followed the team into the mining area. They couldn't arrange for the injured, as they were not in a safe place. Of course, David wasn't worried about anything. There was a shadow attendant in the air watching everything. If there were any Zergs, he would be the first to discover them. Little brother, you, Blake, and the injured will stay here. Audrey will bring a team of Kaji to protect you. Helena looked at the injured people and made arrangements. She then looked at Furnace and said, "You stay too." "Okay." Furnace replied helplessly. He was shocked by the experience in this mission. This was also the result that Helena and Blake wanted. Only by being stimulated like this would he be able to train with all his might. "Belle, you don't have to go in either," Helena said to Belle, who was sniping Kaji. Belle nodded. He was sniping Kaji, so he couldn't use his sniping ability in the mining area. The rest of the Kaji split into 3 teams and entered the dark mining area. This was where the distress signal came from. David sat on the ground. His injuries weren't serious, but his arm was a little troublesome. It was rare for him to rest, so he decided to sit for a while. Just as he sat down, he felt something in his soul. He immediately strengthened his spirit and felt it. Soon, he found that it was a soul connection. It was the soul connection of the bewitched Hunter Mantis. Could this be the nest of the Hunter Mantis? His heart was full of doubts because this was a mining area. At least a few days ago, it was still mining. How could it become the nest of the Hunter Mantis? But if it wasn't the nest, how could the escaped Hunter Mantis come here? David thought to himself. Some of his mind had already controlled the shadow attendant to go into the ground. After passing through the darkness, the shadow attendant saw a passage. This passage was 5 meters above the ground. There were 2 Hunter Mantises resting in the passage, and the bewitched Hunter Mantis was not far away. David issued an order through the shadow attendant. Soon, the bewitched Hunter Mantis ran over. This was the first time he controlled a bewitched Zerg, so when he saw this Hunter Mantis, David actually felt a sense of familiarity. However, he quickly considered that if this place had become the nest of the Hunter Mantis, then how would the distress signal be sent out? One should know that although a level 1 Zerg was not too strong, it was not something that could be blocked by ordinary walls. With the Hunter Mantis' scythe-like limbs, it could easily cut through ordinary steel. No matter how thick the steel was, it was only a matter of time before it was cut through. David let the bewitched Hunter Mantis stay where it was and controlled the shadow attendant to explore around. Although the distance was not far, it was enough to find a hidden passage. Unfortunately, he did not find anything, but he quickly thought of the passage below. The shadow attendant went into the ground again. This time, it went down a full 10 meters before it found something. 10 meters below the passage was a completely different passage. The passage above was like an ordinary mining passage. There were mining lights installed, and the ground was full of gravel and abandoned mining materials. The channel 10 meters below, on the other hand, was a well-lit, tidy, and clean iron channel. It was very strange for a passage like this to appear in a place like this. It should have appeared in a military zone or in the basement of a rich person in the city. David stood up on the ground and walked in the direction of the passage. He wanted to use the shadow attendant to find out where the passage led to. "Little brother, you have to be careful. Don't wander around when you're injured." Blake saw David's movements and could not help but remind him. In fact, the safety of this mining area was no longer a problem. Bell, who was sniping Kaji, had already found the best sniping spot. The entire mining area was under his observation. In addition, a group of elite soldiers under the leadership of Audrey were inspecting some corners, so safety was not a problem. "Okay, I'm just bored, so I'm just walking around." David nodded in response. The shadow attendant moved forward in the underground passage. David followed on the ground. After about 20 meters, the shadow attendant saw a password-protected door. At the same time, the shadow attendant also saw 2 shooting holes above the password-protected door. It seemed that if anyone entered, they would be attacked. However, this had nothing to do with the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant in stealth mode was like a ghost. It ignored all defense systems and the password-protected door in front of it. David took a few more steps forward. The shadow attendant passed through the password-protected door underground. As soon as the shadow attendant entered the password-protected door, it saw a huge space. The space was huge because there were 4 rows of 10 culture tanks in each row. These culture tanks were not the kind used by humans. David saw the creatures in the culture tanks through the shadow attendant's eyes. They were hunter mantises. In this room alone, there were 40 culture tanks for hunter mantises. Half of the culture tanks were empty, and in the other half, the hunter mantises were floating in blue culture liquid. The hunter mantises' bodies were connected with various thin and thick wires. Some data was displayed on the screen in front of the culture tanks. Anger, extreme anger. This was how David felt at the moment. Although he had not been in this world for long, he deeply felt the threat that the Zergs posed to the human race. In the previous Zerg invasion, Parent City was fine. Only a few soldiers died in the battle. However, Siho City, which was close to Parent City, was destroyed. In the end, only a small portion of the millions of humans survived. Looking back at history, humans and the Zergs were in an endless race war. The winner had the right to live. However, in front of the shadow attendant, there was someone cultivating Zergs. David could not understand what was happening in front of him. Every year, there were countless Kaji who died in battle. Even today, there was a Kaji who died under the claws of a hunter mantis. He quickly thought of a possibility. That was, those hunter mantises, including the hunter mantis king, were all cultivated here. The shadow attendant continued forward and walked past the culture room. At the end of the culture room, there was a door with the same password. The shadow attendant went through the password again. This was an autopsy room. A dead hunter mantis was chained to the operating table. However, there was no one here. There were 2 doors in the autopsy room. One was the password door that connected the shadow attendant to the culture room. The other door was on the other side of the autopsy room. David, on the ground, moved a few more steps. The shadow attendant went through the door and a passage appeared in front of him. Unlike the clean passage just now, although this passage was also made of steel, there were many obvious cuts on the ground. It looked like they were made by the hunter mantis sickle, chain-like limbs. The shadow attendant walked along the passage and saw a few shredded corpses. Although the clothes on the corpses were torn beyond recognition, David could still tell that it was a research suit. David could almost imagine that this was a research institute that studied the hunter mantis. Perhaps it was an accident that allowed the hunter mantis to escape and cause such a massacre. Unfortunately, too much time had passed since the massacre. All the souls had dissipated, and the shadow attendant did not absorb any souls. The shadow attendant continued to move forward and check the rooms one by one. Most of the doors were destroyed by the hunter mantis. Only a few doors were still intact. The door that the shadow attendant first entered was one of the lucky ones. There were more and more corpses of the researchers. It seemed that the hunter mantis hated the researchers very much. Every corpse was torn beyond recognition. Chapter 195. The entire underground research facility was like a slaughterhouse. Destroyed facilities were everywhere. Of course, the defense system of the research facility was also activated. However, these defense systems were not designed to deal with the Zergs. They were designed to deal with humans who entered rashly. This could be seen from the fact that all the defense weapons were heavy machine guns. For these heavy machine guns, unless they fired tens of thousands of bullets per minute, all of which were level 1 bullets. No matter how many bullets were fired, they would not be able to break through the hunter mantis's shell. Although some of the areas where the defense system was activated had bullet holes in the steel floor, there was not a single hunter mantis's corpse. Instead, the heavy machine guns were cut open by the sickle chain-like limbs and thrown on the ground like garbage. The shadow attendant looked around as he walked. David wanted to find out who built this research facility, but he could not find any useful information. As he continued to move forward in the tunnel filled with blood and minced meat, the shadow attendant saw a half-hung door sign in front of him. It said, "Director's Room." David was delighted. This should be the director's room. He should be able to find the information he was looking for here. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Furnace couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw David casually walking and stopping. "I'm walking more. It can speed up the recovery of my arm," David said half-truthfully. After taking the medicine, the right amount of exercise would indeed speed up the medicine's effect. David was not wrong. "You're so weird." Furnace shook his head and whispered. David ignored him. David's mind had already entered the shadow attendant's body underground. The door of the director's room had been destroyed. The hunter mantis had also visited the room. The desk, filing cabinet, optical computer, and other items were all torn to pieces. The shadow attendant looked past the trash and focused on the damaged wall of the director's room. On one of the walls, a safe was exposed. From the scratches on the walls of the safe, it could be seen that the hunter mantis wanted to break this safe. However, this safe was made of level 1 materials. This was an extremely extravagant behavior, but it was not uncommon among the rich. No matter how advanced an ordinary safe security system was, it would not be able to withstand the destruction of a first-grade weapon. Only safes made of Grade 1 materials could withstand the damage of Grade 1 weapons, and Grade 2 weapons were extremely rare among ordinary Kaji. Therefore, safes made of Grade 1 materials were extremely safe. This could be seen from the fact that the hunter mantis could not destroy the safe at all. A complete safe was in front of the shadow attendant. Without hesitation, the shadow attendant passed through the outer shell of the safe and entered the interior of the safe. The inside of the safe was pitch black. Without any light, it was impossible to see what was inside. David had suffered from this in the past. Ever since he had obtained the interspatial ring, he had made preparations in the interspatial ring. The shadow attendant took out a miniature lamp from the space ring. Although it was a miniature lamp, it was powered by energy blocks. It was enough to light up a room, not to mention the small space in the safe. The first thing he saw in the safe was a stack of paper documents. The shadow attendant's 200G strength was not a problem for him to flip through the documents. These documents were all contracts signed by every researcher who worked here. Perhaps because of the need to keep it confidential, these contracts were all made of paper. David did not know if these would be useful, but he still put all the contracts in the interspatial ring. He would look at them when he returned. Next, the shadow attendant saw some memory cards with dates marked on them. It seemed to be the data of the research institute or something. Without thinking much, he put them in the interspatial ring. The first compartment of the safe contained these items. The shadow attendant passed through the first compartment and went to the second compartment of the safe. In the second compartment, the shadow attendant saw 2 dancing flames. Even the miniature lamp's light was not as bright as these 2 dancing flames. The entire second compartment of the safe was illuminated in red. Even if David had never seen these 2 items before, from their appearance, and from Harrington's mention of the Hunter Mantis King's heart cores, plus Blake's explanation, David knew what these 2 items were. These were 2 King's heart cores. Harrington wanted to get them, but he almost lost his life. David was still some distance away from becoming transcendent. Although he was excited to see the King's heart cores, he was not overly excited. He carefully observed the 2 King's heart cores. The 2 King's heart cores were placed in a transparent box. He did not know what this box was made of, but the energy of the King's heart cores was tightly locked inside. The shadow attendant, who was extremely sensitive to energy, could not sense any energy fluctuations at such a close distance. He carefully put the 2 King's heart cores into the interspatial ring. The second compartment was empty. The shadow attendant went up to the third compartment of the safe. Under the illumination of the miniature lamp, 10 green test tubes shone. These test tubes had a set of special symbols on them, and the opening of the test tubes was sealed with a special pattern. David could not tell what the liquid in these test tubes was, but he was sure that the green liquid was extremely precious. Each test tube had its own fixed holder, and at the bottom of the holder, there was a device to maintain the temperature. In other words, the 10 test tubes were constantly adjusted to maintain a stable temperature. David hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if the liquid in these test tubes was dangerous, but he couldn't just ignore it. Thinking that these test tubes were placed in the same safe as the paper contracts, even if there was a danger, it should be limited. So he still asked the shadow attendant to put the 10 test tubes into the interspatial ring. He then looked at the safe. A total of 3 compartments had been emptied. Fortunately, these items did not take up much space, and the interspatial ring had enough space to store them. After doing all this, David couldn't help but feel a little proud. It could be said that he was now the best thief in the world. No matter how strong the protection was, he could easily steal items from inside. Of course, there were restrictions. First of all, the shadow attendant could only be 20 meters away from him at most. In fact, the interspatial ring did not have a lot of space, and he could not do anything that exceeded the capacity of the interspatial ring. Helena and the other Kaji entered the mine very smoothly. The hunter mantises were already frightened. Although they were in their nest, they still ran away as soon as they saw Kaji and the others. The death of the hunter mantis king scared these hunter mantises out of their wits. This made Helena feel a little strange. She had seen many kinds of zergs, and she had seen hunter mantises before, but she had never seen such cowardly hunter mantises. The hunter mantises here did not have the bloodthirst of the zergs at all. They were different in nature. Helena followed the signal and quickly found 5 people hiding in a bend in the mine. 4 of them were Kaji, and the other was wearing a protective suit and a survival system. Found them. We are returning to the surface. Helena verified their identities through their identity bracelets and confirmed that they were Scholar Gerald. Only then did she feel relieved and called out to them. David was shocked. He did not expect Scholar Gerald to still be alive after being surrounded by the hunter mantises. He was also sure that Scholar Gerald was an important member of the Research Institute. David was a little worried. He had emptied Scholar Gerald's safe. What if Scholar Gerald went to check the safe? However, he was soon relieved. This Research Institute was confidential, and Helena would not know. Even if Scholar Gerald found out that the safe was empty, no one would know that he was the one who emptied it. Just as David had guessed, Scholar Gerald returned to the surface under the protection of Helena and the other Kaji. Scholar Gerald, where are the other people in the mine? Helena asked as she led the way. Sigh, they're all dead. I was invited here to survey the mine, but I was suddenly attacked by the hunter mantis. If it weren't for the protection of a few armored soldiers, I would have died in the mine, just like the other mine workers. Scholar Gerald replied with a sorrowful look on his face. You are very lucky. You did not encounter the hunter mantis king. Helena continued. When Scholar Gerald heard about the hunter mantis king, his eyes flickered. Did you encounter the hunter mantis king? He then asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. Yes, we were lucky enough to kill it. Helena did not hide anything. She had to report this to her superiors anyway. Scholar Gerald had sea-level access, so he could see everything. When Scholar Gerald heard that the armored soldiers had killed the hunter mantis king, it was obvious that he did not believe it. However, he did not show it. As the hunter mantis king that he had cultivated, how could he not know how scary the hunter mantis king was? This research institute had been researching the hunter mantis for a long time. He was already familiar with the process of producing the hunter mantis king, and he was able to control the production of the hunter mantis king. In the past 10 years, he had invested a lot of resources to produce dozens of hunter mantis kings. These hunter mantis kings were dissected and studied, and the experiments were carried out little by little. If it were not for this accident, he could have completely mastered the mass production of the hunter mantis king. By then, the benefits would be huge. Unfortunately, the King's Core in the safe was the only two King's Core that had been produced by the Hunter Mantis King since the beginning of the experiment. Although his main goal was not the King's Core was still an important reward. The probability of the King's Core appearing in the Hunter Mantis King was just too low. The laboratory had strengthened the energy supply of the Hunter Mantis King, but it still could not guarantee the appearance of the King's Core. It could be said that these two King's Core had only appeared because of luck. Scholar Gerald thought of the smart Hunter Mantis King. Everything was going smoothly, and the research institute was running smoothly. But it was that smart Hunter Mantis King. Normally, the Hunter Mantis King would not wake up during the evolution process. For some reason, the Hunter Mantis King had awakened in advance this time. It possessed extremely high intelligence. The Hunter Mantis King focused all of its energy on increasing its speed, and it did not strengthen other parts of its body. Normally, during the evolution process of the Hunter Mantis King, the security would not be too strict. Only when the evolution was complete would the security be strengthened. This Hunter Mantis King spent energy on increasing its speed to prolong the evolution process. Before the evolution was complete, it broke through the culture tank and rushed out of the specially reinforced room while the researchers were in and out. If it had not rushed out of the specially reinforced room, the Hunter Mantis King would not have been able to cause such damage. This was because in that specially reinforced room, there was a hypnotic gas that targeted the Hunter Cockroach King. This was a flaw designed in the genes of the Hunter Mantis King when it was born. As long as this hypnotic gas was used, it could be immediately put down. The reason why Scholar Gerald said that the Hunter Mantis King was smart was because the Hunter Mantis King's plan was very meticulous. It successfully broke through the room that was the least likely to escape. Needless to say, the Hunter Mantis King rushed out and killed everything in its way. At the same time, it released the Hunter Mantis King that it found. It turned the Underground Research Institute into the Azura field that David saw. After the accident, Scholar Gerald did not even have time to pack his things. Under the protection of the 4 Kaji, he rushed out of the Research Institute and used special equipment to completely hide his life force. He waited until Helena came to rescue him before he left the Underground Research Institute. When Scholar Gerald walked out of the mine, his heart was bleeding. If possible, he wanted to go back and get all the research materials back. However, he did not dare to do so. The Interstellar Federation had a very clear rule. Any research on the Zerg had to be reported to the Federation and approved by the Federation before it could be carried out. His experiment was beneficial to the Zerg. How could the Interstellar Federation approve of such an experiment? However, Scholar Gerald used a series of profit chains to open his research institute in the war zone. Because the other planets in the war zone were extremely dangerous, the Monolith planet was the safest place. Therefore, he chose the Monolith number 6 resource planet, which was a resource planet that very few people came to. Now, his hard work and the results of his research were still underground. David's Titan S-600 spacecraft received the signal and activated its warp drive. It arrived at the Monolith number 6 resource planet and picked up the Kaji from the Secret Service team, as well as Scholar Gerald. Not long after the Titan S-600 spacecraft flew away from the Monolith number 6 resource planet, there was a loud bang. An explosion occurred in the Underground Research Institute. The explosion was a super energy explosion. The explosion destroyed everything underground. Even the Grade 1 safe was turned into molten iron in the explosion. Chapter 196. The Titan S-600 spaceship stopped when it was close to the Monolith star. The spaceship it was towing had a heavy main cannon. A spaceship with such a weapon could not enter the Monolith star's atmosphere. Helena sent a few Kajis to stay on the spaceship. These Kajis would be responsible for dealing with the spaceship. When they returned to the second space station, there were already 4 transport hover cars waiting there. There were quite a lot of spoils from this mission, and they all needed to be transported, especially the Krypton crystal ore. It filled up one of the storage rooms of the Titan S-600 spaceship. David did not reveal the real cargo hold of the Titan S-600 transport spaceship because the fire beacon which could not be blown up, was parked there. Of course, the 440 bottles of eternal holy water in the fire beacon had already been transferred to the shadow attendant's dimension ring. He could not keep such an important item here forever. Helena brought Scholar Gerald and his 4 Kajis to hand in the mission. Harrington followed along. David, Blake, and the rest of the injured were sent to the hospital in separate hover cars. Little brother, I will transfer your share to you in about 3 days. Take care of yourself. Helena smiled and said goodbye to David in the hover car before she left. My injuries will be healed in 3 days, David said with a smile. He had taken off his exoskeleton armor, but his arms were still fixed with splints. It was very inconvenient for him to move. I feel like I can move in 3 days, Blake, who was fixed in place, said. Although Blake's injuries were much worse than David's, he had used 2 bottles of eternal holy water. His injuries were recovering very quickly. Furnace, take care of them, Helena said worriedly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Furnace was very dissatisfied with Helena's worry. He patted his chest and promised. In fact, Furnace was definitely a local tyrant in Nan City. After arriving at the first hospital of Nan City, which was the best hospital in Nan City, the wounded received the best treatment. David received the treatment of rapid bone formation. In less than 6 hours, he could move his arms freely. However, although the treatment was fast, the arms still needed to rest. The doctor asked David to rest in bed for 3 days. David did not stay in the hospital. He returned to his villa because he was more anxious about his harvest. In a hospital environment, it was not easy for him to check. As for his arm, as long as he didn't use too much force, there wouldn't be any problems. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't have allowed him to leave. David could finally relax after returning to his familiar home. His first trip into space was very dangerous. He encountered space pirates, a level 2 Zerg, and a strange research facility. Just as he arrived at the room where the medium-sized server was placed, before he could operate it, his ID bracelet rang. David saw that the person on his identity bracelet was Helena, whom he had just separated from not long ago. He couldn't help but answer the call curiously. Little brother, there was an explosion in the 6th boulder. Not long after he left the mine, the entire mine exploded. Helena told him directly. David immediately thought of the underground research facility and confirmed it in his heart. Was the explosion serious? David asked. According to the recent measurement of the power of the explosion by the space fortress, it reached the super energy level. It should be man-made. Helena replied in a deep voice. David was a little silent. He didn't know if he should tell Helena the information he got. However, he quickly got rid of this idea. He couldn't let anyone know that he had a shadow attendant, let alone that he could use the space ring of the great world of God. Although the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God were fighting against the Zerg together, the 2 worlds had always been on guard against each other. In the Interstellar Federation, it was very difficult for ordinary people to come in contact with the information of the great world of God. Some of the information was written in history books many years ago. In addition, from the fact that Blake kept the space ring of the great world of God, it could be seen that Kaji and the powerhouses of the great world of God were not on good terms. Otherwise, this space ring would have been opened by the powerhouses of the great world of God a long time ago. David knew that his shadow attendant was summoned by a special sacrificial ritual of the great world of God. It could be said that it had a lot to do with the great world of God. Little brother, the government has already sent someone to investigate this matter. I'm just informing you about it. You should rest well, Helena said with a smile, thinking that David was frightened by the news. David deactivated his identity bracelet. He knew very well that the so-called explosion was caused by Scholar Gerald in order to cover up the secret of the Research Institute. He believed that not only him, but also Helena's people were suspicious. Unfortunately, under the super energy explosion, everything was turned into nothing. As for Scholar Gerald's sea-level identity, the people of the monolith planet could not do anything to him without any evidence. David let out a long sigh. Scholar Gerald could do whatever he wanted, and it had nothing to do with him. However, it was Scholar Gerald's research that caused the deaths of several Kaji and Blake's serious injuries. This was something he could not tolerate. If he wanted to deal with Scholar Gerald, he would have to find out the information in the space ring of the Shadow Attendant. David disconnected all the physical and wireless connections of the medium server from the outside world, so the medium server was in a state of isolation. Although David was proficient in electronic warfare, the data this time was too important. He did not dare to take it lightly. To be able to build such a research institute on the 6th monolith resource planet, one would not be able to do it without the support of some powerful people. Although David had all kinds of halos, and he had an extraordinary status in the military and the government, he was still a small fry. However, in the eyes of the true higher-ups, he was still an insignificant character. He did not want to become enemies with these people before he became strong enough. The Shadow Attendant took out a pile of memory cards from the space ring. There were a total of 23 memory cards. David operated the medium server to connect the 23 memory cards, then put on the virtual helmet and entered the virtual world of the medium server. In the virtual world of the medium server, the 23 memory cards turned into 23 light shadows in the sky. The light shadows showed the videos stored in the memory cards. These were all experimental videos and a lot of experimental data. David saw that the hunter mantis had been analyzed and studied since it was an egg. It was improved step by step and then artificially cultivated. He saw that when the hunter mantis had been cultivated to a certain size, a hunter mantis king had appeared. He was 100% sure that the hunter mantis king they encountered was created by the Research Institute. It was no wonder that the 6th monolith resource planet, which had no resources at all, had such a large group of hunter mantis, and even a hunter mantis king had appeared. David was not interested in the experimental data. He began to edit some of the videos of the hunter mantis and the hunter mantis king, especially the surveillance videos of the hunter mantis cultivation rooms and the special room where the hunter mantis king was cultivated. These were the highlights of the editing. However, even though David was not interested in the experimental data, he still saw an experiment on the hunter mantis king that was dated about a year ago. In the video, Scholar Gerald was holding the green test tube that David found in the safe. He was introducing the experiment while injecting the liquid in the test tube into the body of the hunter mantis king. David did not understand the experiment, but he clearly heard the name of the test tube that Scholar Gerald was talking about. It was the Transcendent Potion. Scholar Gerald was using the Transcendent Potion to experiment on the hunter mantis king. This was beyond David's expectations. The annual production of the Transcendent Potion was extremely small compared to the size of a peak Kaji. Even if a peak Kaji had accumulated enough wealth, they would still have to wait for a few years before they could get their hands on it. However, Scholar Gerald was using the Transcendent Potion, which was extremely important to the Kaji on the hunter mantis king. This made David, who was also a Kaji, very angry. At the same time, he also realized that the liquid in the 10 test tubes was the legendary Transcendent Potion. It was needless to say how precious the Transcendent Potion was. Just the price of 1 billion credits was enough to make most of the soldiers lose hope in their lifetime. That was the public price. There were also some Transcendent Potions that were sold in the black market. The price was even more difficult to determine. Most of them were sold in auctions, and the price was much higher than the market price. Many peak Kaji madly accepted missions and accumulated wealth just for a bottle of the Transcendent Potion. However, a bottle of the Transcendent Potion was not the only resource to become a Transcendent. There were also a lot of other resources. When entering the transformation period, they needed to constantly repair their damaged bodies. These were all huge costs, so most Transcendent Potions were nurtured by powerful organizations. Or, after entering the transformation period, they would sign an agreement with a powerful organization, and the organization would provide them with resources. After becoming a Transcendent, they would serve the organization. No matter what, the Transcendent Potion had to be obtained by Kaji. This was the goal of every ambitious Kaji. Although David had seen the research video, he still did not believe that the 10 test tubes contained the Transcendent Potion. He first edited a video. This video first introduced the Underground Research Institute of the resource planet Boulder 6. Then, it was a video of the hunter mantis and the hunter mantis king. David also highlighted the video of Scholar Gerald holding the transcendent potion, saying the name of the potion, and then injecting it into the body of the Hunter Mantis King. He copied the video on a separate memory card and then cleaned up all traces in the medium-sized server. His cleaning method was very professional. He even carried out several large-scale calculations on the medium-sized server, using every bit of recoverable storage space several times to ensure that there was no content related to the research video on a medium-sized server. After putting all the memory cards back into the infinite space ring, he scanned the researchers' contracts and added them to the end of the edited video to make it more convincing. After doing all this, David put the memory card of the edited video into the infinite space ring. The next thing he needed to do was to find a way to stream the edited video. Not only that, but he also needed to make sure that it did not implicate him in the Secret Service. In fact, as a powerful electronic warfare engineer, it was very easy for him to stream the edited video. However, for the sake of 100% safety, he did not trust Skynet. Usually, when people did something on Skynet, only a small number of them would be caught by the Skynet police. Most of them will be fine. However, David knew very well that it was not at the level of consuming Skynet's resources. Once something serious happened on Skynet, as long as Skynet consumed a certain amount of resources, all operations on Skynet would be investigated. David's edited video would definitely trigger Skynet's investigation. He did not want to be accidentally discovered in this regard. However, before he thought of a way to stream the edited video, he connected to Skynet and looked for information about the Transcendent Potion. Now that his social rank was E, and with his identity as Kaji, he was qualified to search for information about the Transcendent Potion. Therefore, when he searched for the term Transcendent Potion, there were many results related to the Transcendent Potion. David did not choose to search for the unofficial information. Instead, he went to the official Transcendent Potion website. The moment he stepped into the official Transcendent Potion website, he saw the familiar test tubes. Whether it was the markings on the test tubes, the special seal on the test tubes, or the constant temperature test tube rack, Kieran was surprised. In order to ensure that the Transcendent Potion was authentic, the test tubes were sealed with a special material. The patent for this material belonged to the department that produced the Transcendent Potion. If the material of the test tube seal was damaged, this material would become extremely brittle and lose the possibility of being processed again. This ensured the reliability of every bottle of Transcendent Potion. As long as the scanning function of the identity bracelet was used to verify the material of the test tube, the authenticity of the Transcendent Potion could be verified. In addition, the mark on the test tube was also a kind of anti-counterfeiting trademark and a deterrent. Anyone who dared to falsify the Transcendent Potion would be hunted down endlessly by the government. Even Kaji would join the hunt. It was because of this that no one dared to falsify the Transcendent Potion, because it was a potion that concerned the survival of mankind. David asked the shadow attendant to take out a test tube. After scanning it with his identity bracelet, he saw the material number of the test tube seal and smiled. 10 bottles of Transcendent Potion, which was 10 billion credits, fell into his hands just like that. Unlike the ageless holy water, the Transcendent Potion was easy to sell. Whether it was through the black market or some financial groups, one could easily convert the Transcendent Potion into credits. Chapter 197. There were still 2 King's Heart cores in the shadow attendant's spatial ring, but it was still too early for David to use them. When he reached the peak of Kaji, he could use the King's Heart core with the Transcendent Potion to increase his chances of becoming a Transcendent. Of course, he could only use 1 King's Heart core. He didn't know what to do with the extra one. He wasn't stupid enough to sell the King's Heart core. Once the King's Heart core was leaked, it could be a big problem. It should be said that any item that increased the chances of becoming a Transcendent was very troublesome. Every Kaji who knew about it would take a risk. After cleaning up the items he got this time, David began to look at the knowledge balls he got. 6 Kaji died in this mission, all of them elite Kaji. Each of them was from the strongest batch of Kaji on the Monolith Star. Therefore, David saw 6 dark yellow knowledge orbs in the Shadow Servant's body. All of them were very high-level proficient knowledge orbs. Warhammer Mastery, 83% Mastery. Shield Mastery, 90% Mastery. Heavy Axe Mastery, 78% Mastery. Heavy Axe Mastery, 88% Mastery. Heavy Axe Mastery, 92% Mastery. Heavy Axe Mastery, 91% Mastery. Needless to say, this Warhammer Mastery, 83% Mastery, came from the dead Warhammer Kaji of the Special Task Force. The rest of the knowledge balls came from the elite Kaji of the Kaji Association. It could be said that the Kaji of the Mervyn Transcendent Association had suffered a huge loss this time. These elite Kaji were not so easy to train. They needed a lot of combat and training, and they also needed talent to reach this level of high-level weapon mastery. These Kaji had to be trained by themselves. Otherwise, they couldn't be at ease on some important missions, so it was very difficult to replenish them. Even though the Secret Service Task Force had only lost one Warhammer warrior, Helena was still heartbroken. This was the reason why. Beside the 6 dark yellow knowledge orbs, there was an inconspicuous white knowledge orb. David also saw the words speed talent, usable, on the white ball of knowledge, and he couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was because he knew very well where this ball of knowledge came from. A ball of knowledge that came from the Hunter Mantis King was just an ordinary speed talent ball of knowledge. How could he not be disappointed? After all, he only needed to kill the Ripper winged insect to obtain the speed innate talent, usable knowledge ball. In order to kill the Hunter Mantis King, the 6 elite Kaji sacrificed their lives. David's arms were also injured, and Blake was heavily injured after risking his life to attack it. How could he not be disappointed when the Hunter Mantis King, who was so difficult to defeat, only gave him the speed talent, usable knowledge ball? Although he was disappointed, David still decided to absorb this speed talent, usable knowledge ball first. Every point of increase in speed was a great benefit. This time, he saw the invincible speed of the Hunter Mantis King. The defense of the Hunter Mantis King was that of a level 1 arachnid, but because of its invincible speed, no matter if it was a long-range attack or a close-range attack, nothing could harm it. If it weren't for David's power shock and Blake's fatal blow, even if all the Kaji died, they might not be able to deal with this Hunter Mantis King. Actually, David didn't know that this Hunter Mantis King was very special. During the evolution process, this Hunter Mantis King focused all its energy on the evolution of speed. This created a Hunter Mantis King with an insanely fast speed. A normal Hunter Mantis King would not have such an insanely fast speed. David ordered the Shadow Attendant to move this speed talent, usable knowledge ball, into his body. After fusing with this speed talent, usable knowledge ball many times, he already knew that it was very easy to fuse with this kind of knowledge ball. Just when he thought that the fusion would be as easy as before, he suddenly felt that the speed talent, usable knowledge ball that entered his body was emitting an intense fiery energy. This energy was like a ball of fire that ignited his body. His entire body was suffering from a scorching heat. David wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. He couldn't even move his body. It wasn't that he hadn't fused with a level 2 insectoid knowledge ball before. He had also fused with a level 2 insectoid rockworm's constitution talent knowledge ball before, but it wasn't this unbearable. David's body was constantly sweating. His muscles, tendons, and bones were being transformed by the energy of the knowledge ball. He felt like a day was passing by like a year. Time was passing very slowly. He could only keep breathing to maintain his body's needs. In the microscopic world, some special changes were happening in his muscles. The main ligaments in his legs and hands became longer and thicker. Finally, the burning sensation disappeared like a tide. David's body suddenly collapsed on the ground. His whole body was soaked in sweat. Luckily, he was much more resilient than when he first came to this world. Although this kind of torture was scary, he had experienced it a few times. As long as it was over, he wouldn't have any psychological trauma. Damn it, this is not a normal speed talent knowledge ball. David cursed. He was cursing himself. Thinking about it, how could the knowledge ball from the Hunter Mantis King be normal? David was caught in the torment without any preparation. If he had been prepared in advance, the situation would have been better. Shadow attendant, come here. He called out to the shadow attendant in his heart. He wanted to see what he had gained from his torture. As the shadow attendant came to his side, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. The basic attributes on the attribute panel had a huge change. This change came from his dexterity. His dexterity had increased from 14 to 14. It had increased by 1 point. Although an increase of 1 point was a big increase, he didn't feel happy about it. The pain just now only increased his dexterity by 1 point. It also increased his dexterity by 1 point. He needed to absorb the knowledge balls of 10 ripper-winged insects, but it didn't hurt at all. But soon, he saw a new ability called Extreme Speed talent next to Strength Oscillation talent in the attribute panel. David smiled. His Strength Oscillation talent came from the fact that he didn't take any strengthening potions. He used proficient level physical skills to level up Kaji in a state of balance between strength and vitality. That was how he activated the Strength Oscillation talent. There was too much luck involved in obtaining this Strength Oscillation talent. Even if he was given another chance, he might not be able to obtain this talent again. This made him very curious and excited about the Extreme Speed talent. He was curious about the use of this talent. He was excited because he had obtained a Speed-type talent. According to the Galen Transcendence explanation, it was extremely difficult to obtain a talent. It required all kinds of prerequisites and an unknown activation rate. This was also related to the body's condition. Only the top geniuses had talents. At least, there were almost no such geniuses on the monolith planet. Not only did he have the Strength Oscillation talent, but he was also lucky enough to obtain the Extreme Speed talent. In the previous battle, the Strength Oscillation talent had shown its terrifying power time and time again. One could imagine how useful this talent was. David focused on the Extreme Speed talent and felt the details of this talent. The Extreme Speed talent could increase one's speed to the extreme. This increase needed to be within the limits of the body's endurance. For example, David's current dexterity was 14, and his speed was about 3 seconds per 100 meters. However, as long as he activated the Extreme Speed talent, this speed could be doubled. A distance of 100 meters could be covered in 7 seconds. This doubling was the current maximum speed David's body could endure. If he used a higher speed by force, the consequences would be severe damage to his body. The Extreme Speed talent would increase as one's attributes increased. When David's body reached a certain level, his speed could be doubled, tripled, or even more. This depended on David's physical condition. The Extreme Speed talent was a talent that could grow with one's body. However, using the Extreme Speed talent did not come without a price. After activating the Extreme Speed talent, the stamina consumption would be doubled. This price was already very small. The Extreme Speed talent completely made up for David's weakness in speed. It should be known that the Extreme Speed talent not only increased movement, but also attack speed. When David entered the state of spirit explosion, his attack speed often could not keep up with his thinking speed. David felt very strange. Could it be that the Zerg King was this strong? A Hunter Mantis King could have the Extreme Speed talent. With the Zerg's physical condition, the Hunter Mantis King should be able to unleash a speed several times its own. No wonder its speed was so abnormal. The truth was that David was extremely lucky. This Hunter Mantis King that was cultivated in the laboratory focused on the evolution of speed. Its speed had evolved to a level that exceeded the maximum limit of its race. To a certain extent, this was also a kind of transcendent. This allowed the Hunter Mantis King to form the Extreme Speed talent. Now, the Extreme Speed talent of the Hunter Mantis King belonged to David and became a part of David's strength. With excitement, David activated the Extreme Speed talent. Then he stomped hard on the ground and his body rushed out. Just as his body rushed out, he realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. His speed was too fast. The wall in front of him was 10 meters away. He could have changed direction in time according to his plan. But because his speed was beyond his expectations, he directly crashed into the wall. Also, because his arms were still in the recovery stage, he did not dare to use his arms to reduce the force. He could only withdraw the force from his arms and tilt his head back, using his torso to crash into the wall. His body also lost balance under the reaction force and fell down. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to his arms and did not let them be hit. This crash almost made him lose his breath. But fortunately, his body was extremely strong now. This crash only hurt a little and did not hurt him anymore. Ha ha! David fell to the ground and laughed at his own actions. This was a happy laugh. The increase in speed gave him a stronger combat power to survive in this world. David stood up and began to familiarize himself with the extreme speed, talent, ability. Little by little, this sudden increase in speed merged into his body and became his body's instinct. 3 days passed. On the 5th of March, David's arms had completely recovered and could now withstand his strength. In the morning, he could not wait to resume the advanced Kaji body arts practice. He stopped practicing for a few days and let the advanced Kaji body arts experience pain all over his body again. Although it was not as painful as the first time, it was not much worse. Only then did David understand why the advanced Kaji body arts required continuous practice. As long as he stopped practicing this body arts, his body would experience the pain of the first practice again. Most Kaji body arts would not be able to endure this kind of pain. One had to know that without talent in this area, the pain experienced during the learning process would be in vain. David entered the gene repair cabin with a pale face. He sank his body into the gene repair fluid and began the process of repairing his body. At 8 o'clock in the morning, David came out of the gene repair cabin. Although his body had recovered, his face was still pale from exhaustion. Just as David finished showering, changed into a set of casual clothes, and was about to have breakfast, his identity bracelet received a message. This was a transfer message. 12 million credits had been transferred to his account and 1,000 government contribution points. Little brother, this mission is yours. Following that, the identity bracelet received a video call request. After David accepted the call, Helena's figure appeared and said to him with a smile, "I have received it." David smiled and nodded. "Little brother, your body has not recovered yet. You should stay in the hospital. The conditions there are better." Helena noticed David's complexion and said with concern, "Thank you for your concern, second sister. My body has recovered. It's just that I have been practicing the body arts for a while, so my complexion is not good." David did not hide and said honestly, "You have to be more careful." Helena shook her head and said she was still very happy with David's attitude towards cultivation. To succeed, one must have this kind of quality. The amount of credits transferred to you this time is a little less. Because the Kaji Association is involved and too many Kaji body arts have been sacrificed, the compensation paid is a little too much. Helena explained, "It's already very good to have such a reward in one mission." David said without any dissatisfaction, "Fortunately, there are those bandits. The income has nothing to do with the Kaji Association's team, so there are so many credits." Helena continued to explain. Chapter 198. Second elder sister, did I get too many government contribution points? David was still doubtful about the government contribution points given for the mission because 1,000 government contribution points was obviously too much. Although they had encountered the Hunter Mantis King and a large number of Hunter Mantises in this mission, the mission reward was doubled. However, there were many soldiers participating in the mission this time, so there wouldn't be so many contribution points after the distribution. Little brother, the government contribution points were distributed correctly. You and Blake contributed the most in this mission, so you were given a third of the contribution points. Blake gave all of his contribution points to you, so you were given 1,000 contribution points, Helena explained with a smile on her face through the communicator. David finally understood why there were so many government contribution points. Actually, what Helena didn't mention was that the government and the Kaji Association's contribution points were not deducted from the mission because the government and the Kaji Association's contribution points were negotiated. In addition, they knew that David didn't have any contribution points, so they deliberately gave him more. David was very happy. He knew that contribution points could be exchanged for a lot of good things, such as some special equipment repair, and so on. Don't participate in any space missions for now. The 6th Boulder Resource Planet incident is still under investigation. Someone from the higher-ups might ask you some questions. Helena reminded him. After ending the communication, David didn't take the matter to heart. No matter how you looked at it, he was an outsider. When he came to the mining area, both his arms were injured. Even if he wanted to do something, he couldn't do it theoretically. This was the best evidence. After being cooped up at home for 3 days, his arms recovered. David was ready to go out. He first went to the government building to see if there was anything good to exchange for. He also wanted to see if there was any way to upload the edited video. He drove out a sports hover car from the garage. Unfortunately, in Non-City, no matter how good a hover car's performance was, it couldn't be used to its full potential. This hover car, which was comparable to a supercar in his previous life, could only hover 1 meter above the ground and travel at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. It wasn't fun to drive at all. After arriving at the government building, David went to the 30th floor. He found an empty spot and turned on the screen with his ID bracelet. On the screen was a list of all the items and services on the 30th floor. The items here were too complicated, so David used the limit of 1,000 contribution points to list out the items that he could exchange for. Now, more than half of the items were displayed. He also removed the exoskeleton armor and weapons. The exoskeleton armor and weapons that could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points were not as good as the ones he was currently using. Naturally, he did not need them. After removing more than half of the items, the final display was very clear. David immediately saw a familiar name, Nerve Suppressor Type 3 Poison. This was a poison that could threaten a Level 2 insectoid. After witnessing the terror of a Rank 2 Zerg, David wanted to find an effective way to deal with the Rank 2 Zerg. Although this poison could only be used once against a Rank 2 Zerg, and the Nerve Suppressor Type 3 poison had to be injected into the Zerg's body for it to be effective. Under normal circumstances, the Kaji would smear the Nerve Suppressor Type 3 poison on the surface of their weapons. This needed to be prepared before the battle, and it was not easy to break open the skin of a Rank 2 Zerg. Even if the skin was broken open, the Nerve Suppressor Type 3 poison would be greatly reduced in some unimportant areas. However, David did not need to pay attention to this situation. He could totally let the Shadow Attendant do the job. In his imagination, when a Zerg opened its mouth during the battle, the Shadow Attendant could use this opportunity to pour the Nerve Suppressor Type 3 poison into its mouth. Of course, this was only David's imagination. The actual use of the poison would depend on the situation. Strange, I remember that the price of the Nerve Suppressor Type 3 poison in the Kaji Association is 2,000 contribution points. David thought to himself as he prepared to exchange for the poison. When he confirmed the exchange and deducted the contribution points, he saw a notification and understood the reason. When exchanging for consumable resources, David, as a disciple of the Garen Transcendent, had a 50% discount. While he was thinking about the benefits of relying on the Garen Transcendent, an AI robot came out of the equipment warehouse with a metal box. It came to David's side and placed the metal box in front of him. David opened the metal box with his ID bracelet and saw a disposable syringe inside. The syringe was filled with a purple liquid. With David's perception of danger, he felt an extreme sense of danger when he saw the purple liquid. A poison that could be used against the Zerg could kill David as a Kaji as long as he came in contact with it. Not to mention that David was only a Kaji. Even the Transcendent would not have a good ending if he came in contact with the Nerve Suppressor Type 3 poison. Although the Transcendent was strong, its body could not be compared to the Zerg's poison resistance. David hurriedly closed the metal box. It was no wonder that a disposable syringe needed to be packaged in such a metal box. If one was not careful with it, it would be fatal. Fortunately, the metal box was fixed in place. The disposable syringe would not collide with the box at all. It was very safe. After exchanging for the nerve suppressor type 3 poison, David was not interested in other items. His remaining contribution points could only be exchanged for a few rounds of level 1 ammunition at most. He came out of the government building and returned to his hover car. He immediately opened the metal box and let the shadow attendant put the disposable syringe into the infinite space ring. That was the safest place. Next, David drove the hover car around Non-City. He wanted to find a target that could release the edited video. When he passed by the Rock News station, David saw the interstellar information transmission device at the top of the Rock News station building. His eyes lit up. Compared to the military's interstellar information transmission device he saw along the way, this was much easier to operate. However, he did not act immediately. According to Helena, the investigation team investigating the explosion of Rock 6 was on the rock planet. If he did anything now, he might be suspected. It was not that David did not think of secretly giving some information to the investigation team. With the help of the shadow attendant, he could even do this without anyone knowing. However, he did not trust the investigation team. Other than the transcendent Galen and a few of his colleagues, he did not trust anyone else. It was impossible to build an underground research institute on Rock 6 without anyone's help. 2 peaceful days passed. On the 7th of March, 2 people in black uniforms came to David's villa. "Are you Mr. David Kerr?" "I am Investigator Burlingham of the Federation." "This is my colleague, Clarissa." The man in his 30s said in a deep voice as he set his identity bracelet to a projection. Burlingham spoke very formally. His female colleague, Clarissa, nodded at David with a smile. "I am David. Please come in." David looked at the 2 investigators. For some reason, he had the urge to laugh when he heard Investigator Burlingham call himself that. That was because the title Investigator of the Federation always reminded him of those people who always appeared when the criminal left the scene in the movies he had seen in his previous life. He invited the 2 investigators into the living room and sat on the sofa. Investigator Burlingham did not like this method of questioning. If possible, he wanted to bring David to a special interrogation room. There was professional psychological analysis equipment there. It was a more frightening environment, and it would be easier to get the answers he wanted. However, Investigator Burlingham had no choice but to come to David's villa personally and sit in such a comfortable environment to interrogate him. As an investigator of the Federation, he had to lower his head to the transcendent on Rock. "Mr. David, did you go to Rock 6 on the 5th of March?" Investigator Burlingham asked as he looked into David's eyes. David was very disgusted with Investigator Burlingham's questioning method. It was as if he was being interrogated like a criminal. However, the other party was an investigator of the Federation. He did not want to get into trouble, so he still had to answer seriously, even if the question was very clear and there was no need to answer at all. "Yes, I went to Rock 6 on that day." David nodded and answered. Investigator Burlingham asked David 6 questions in a row. They were all questions that could be easily answered. However, during the questioning process, David felt a strange energy in the man's eyes that was surging towards him. It's mental energy. David could use mental energy himself, so he immediately discovered this strange energy and recognized it. There was almost no need to think about it. Using mental energy in the questioning process meant that the man wanted to use a special mental guidance to make him tell the truth. David was very clear that the use of this method to induce interrogation was prohibited in any law. Generally, this method was only used by the military. It was definitely illegal to use it on a citizen of the Federation, especially David, who had level authority and a Silver Star medal. Although David felt the man's mental energy surging towards him, he did not have the ability to counterattack. If he used the mental arrow, of course, he could directly injure the man, but that would expose his secret mental technique. The mental energy rushed into David's soul, but that was all. David did not have any defensive means, but that did not mean that his soul did not have any defensive means. Ever since his mental strength had broken through 5, David's soul had become a soul fortress. When the mental energy surged into his soul, it hit the soul fortress like an egg hitting a rock. The mental energy scattered and was absorbed by the soul fortress. Investigator Burlingham, who was about to ask the next question, was still happy. He had used this mental guidance to interrogate a few Kaji before, and it had worked very well. This time, using mental guidance to deal with David was just his intuition. When he saw the young David, he felt that he was not simple. He must have some secrets. Whether or not this secret was related to the case, he wanted to pry into it. At the same time, his intuition told him that David was somehow related to the case. David had become a Kaji at such a young age, a master of the spear, and had mastered the warhammer and shield. He was also a sniper Kaji. The secret behind this was very interesting to Investigator Burlingham. He was also a Kaji. As an investigator of the Federation, he had a lot of resources to ensure his strength. However, in terms of combat mastery, he lacked time to practice. He needed a lot of time to deal with cases, so he needed David's secret more. All of this was done conveniently with the help of mental guidance. After David revealed the secret, Investigator Burlingham would use mental hypnosis to erase the memory. Just as he was about to use mental guidance and wait for it to take effect, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Investigator Burlingham's face paled. He held his head and rolled off the sofa to the ground. "Burlingham, what's wrong?" Investigator Clarissa exclaimed. She went up to help Investigator Burlingham. Although Investigator Burlingham's mental strength was stronger than normal people, there was a limit to it. In terms of stats, it was only about 1.5, attacking David's 5.18 spirit. With this little bit of spirit was truly courting death. Fortunately, mental guidance was only a low-level mental ability. It wasn't very aggressive, so Investigator Burlingham only lost a little bit of his mental strength. It didn't cause him to have a mental breakdown. "Mr. David, what did you do?" Investigator Clarissa turned to look at David. There was no smile on her face as she asked sternly, "What did I do?" "I'd like to ask what Investigator Burlingham did." David sneered and asked in return, Call. Investigator Burlingham is injured. Requesting backup." Investigator Clarissa ignored David and called for help through her bracelet. David looked at Investigator Clarissa coldly. He didn't believe that a colleague of Investigator Burlingham didn't know about Investigator Burlingham's mental guidance. He tried to contact Galen Transcendent while Clarissa was calling for help, but he couldn't get in touch with Galen Transcendent. It seemed like Galen Transcendent wasn't on planet Monolith. David sent another message to Helena and forwarded the surveillance footage here to her. David wasn't an ignorant student. He had the memories of his previous life, so he could see things more clearly. With the footage here, even if the two Federation investigators wanted to frame him, he would have evidence to defend himself. In less than 5 minutes, David's door was opened. 4 Kaji wearing black exoskeleton armor with the Federation's insignia rushed in. "Mr. David, you're under arrest for assaulting a Federation investigator," one of the Kaji said in a deep voice. "Do you have evidence?" David looked at this Kaji. He didn't panic and asked instead, "I can testify." David used an unknown method to attack Investigator Burlingham. Investigator Clarissa said immediately. Actually, she knew what was going on. However, if she didn't insist that it was David's doing, then the fact that Investigator Burlingham used mental guidance on David would be exposed. This would greatly affect her and Investigator Burlingham's future. Of course, the premise of all this was that Galen Transcendent wasn't on planet Monolith. By the time Galen Transcendent returned, they would have already left planet Monolith. Chapter 199. David ignored Clarissa's words and said to Kaji, "I have the surveillance camera in the living room here. It can prove that I didn't attack Investigator Burlingham." He wanted to solve the problem in a legal way and didn't want to involve Helena, so he only sent the surveillance camera to Helena and didn't explain what happened here. Kaji looked at Clarissa and was obviously hesitant. Kaji had already checked Investigator Burlingham's condition and reported his injury to him through the private channel in the exoskeleton armor. Kaji naturally knew what kind of ability his subordinates had. From Investigator Burlingham's injury, it should be mental damage. This kind of injury couldn't be treated by technological means. The only treatment was to slowly recuperate and recover through the body's recovery ability. Kaji thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Mr. David, no matter what, Investigator Burlingham was injured here, so I need to ask you to go back and assist in the investigation. May I know your name?" David looked at Kaji and asked aloud. David wasn't prepared to resist. In the Interstellar Federation, unless he wanted to escape and become an interstellar pirate, he had to obey the orders of the other party. "My name is Kroll, the leader of this investigation team," Kroll replied to David. Then he turned to Kaji and ordered, "Find the surveillance memory card here and take it away." David's eyes narrowed. Kroll didn't mean to copy the surveillance video, but to take the surveillance memory card away. There was a big difference. It seemed that Kroll had other thoughts. Kroll turned to David again and said, "Mr. David, in the name of the Federation's investigation team, your identity bracelet will lose its function during the investigation." As he spoke, he operated his ID bracelet. David saw a red light flash on the ID bracelet. Then the ID bracelet was covered by the red light. It only showed that the bracelet had failed and the other functions could not be used. David couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he was prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He didn't expect the Federation's investigation department to be so powerful that they could directly ban his identity bracelet. Team leader Kroll had just sealed David's identity bracelet, and almost at the same time, Helena received a notification that David's identity bracelet was no longer working. It wasn't just Helena. When the Galen Transcendent left the Monolith Star, the staff in charge of managing the Galen Transcendent also noticed the notification that David's identity bracelet was no longer working. This staff member was equivalent to the Secretary of Galen Transcendent, so he naturally knew how important David was to Galen Transcendent. He asked the government's intelligence department about David while contacting the Galen Transcendent through a special communication method. The Federation's investigation department had sent 4 Kaji to capture David. With the ubiquitous Skynet monitoring, especially on the ground of Non-City, there was no way to hide it. Soon, Helena and the Secretary of Galen Transcendent received this news. Helena also understood why David sent her that video previously. Helena immediately informed Mayor Martino of the situation in Non-City and sent that video over at the same time. Galen Transcendent, who was on a faraway planet, was talking to another Transcendent when he was interrupted by the notification on his identity bracelet. The information on Galen Transcendent's identity bracelet was graded. Any news that could alarm him was extremely important. He immediately checked the information on his identity bracelet, and his face was soon full of anger. All of this had happened in the short span of 5 minutes. Team leader Kroll had no idea how high David's position in Garen's heart was. The Federation's investigation department's intelligence couldn't show this, which caused team leader Kroll to make a mistake in his judgment. He didn't want to do anything to David. He just wanted to take David back and use an intelligence station set up here to intimidate David. Through this little trick, David would no longer have any thoughts of pursuing the matter. The intelligence station was a 3-story building in the city center. David's hands were shackled behind his back as he was brought in. "Mr. David, please rest assured. Our Federation's investigation department will not wrongly accuse any citizen. You're only here to assist in the investigation. After the investigation is done, you will be released." Team leader Kroll, who had taken off his exoskeleton armor, had brown hair and a calm expression. However, his eyes were extremely sharp as he spoke in a deep voice. At this time, the electronic shackles on David's hands were not removed. Instead, they were moved from his back to his front and fixed on the table in front of him. David was sitting on a chair. The reason for this was that team leader Kroll was helpless. David was too young, and he was afraid that David would act recklessly. Team leader Kroll was very clear about David's battle record. Even if such a Kaji wasn't wearing an exoskeleton armor, he still had to be careful. Therefore, when investigator Clarissa sent out a request for help, he took 3 Kajis with him in exoskeleton armor. David didn't speak. At this time, part of his mind was inside the shadow attendant's body. When he came to this intelligence station, David saw the interstellar information transmission device on the top of the building. The interstellar information transmission device here was even smaller and more advanced. At this time, the shadow attendant was crossing the floor, looking for the control equipment of the interstellar information transmission device. This was an intelligence station of the Federation's investigation department. Naturally, there was an interstellar information transmission device here, and the interstellar information transmission device here had more freedom of use. In the interrogation room, Team Leader Kroll used a threatening and warning tone to communicate with David, but David completely ignored him. Team Leader Kroll was not impatient. He continued to talk about the consequences of Investigator Bergheim's injury, expressing his desire to solve the problem. However, what he said had no effect on David. The shadow attendant had found the control equipment of the interstellar information transmission. In order to better crack the control equipment, David transferred all his attention to the shadow attendant's body. It seemed that the intelligence station didn't expect anyone to enter here, so the security system here only had one password. This was more like a completely open door for an expert in electronic warfare. Of course, this was only for the inside of the intelligence station. It was impossible to enter the internal system of the intelligence station from the outside world. To enter the internal system from the outside world from Skynet, one needed the corresponding permission. This was an area protected by Skynet. Unless one could break through Skynet, it was very difficult to enter the internal system of the intelligence station from the outside world. This was an important reason why the security here was so lax. There had almost never been a security problem here, so the intelligence station didn't pay much attention to it. David didn't hold back. He was thinking of a way to release the edited video. Although the rock news channel he had seen before was good, the equipment here was still lacking. Especially if he used the interstellar information transmission device of the rock news channel, it was very likely that the rock news channel would be the scapegoat. Now that he was using the interstellar information transmission device here, it just so happened that the Federation intelligence officers here had offended him, so there was no psychological pressure to make them the scapegoat. The password security system to enter the system was cracked in only 20 seconds. David saw the internal system of the Federation's investigation department through the shadow attendant. There was no one in this room, not even a surveillance camera. Perhaps it was because the security here was particularly important that some important information transmission did not want to leave behind video, so there was no surveillance. Of course, even if there was a surveillance camera, nothing could be seen. It was just a little strange. On a projector screen, there was a constant stream of clicks, but no one could see who was doing it. No matter who it was, they would think that the system had been hacked and that there was an electronic warfare engineer controlling it from a distance. David didn't send the edited video directly, so he didn't know what the effect would be. He found a list of reporters' contact numbers in the Federation's investigation system, which included tens of thousands of reporters from several nearby star systems. A memory card appeared out of thin air. It was then connected to the system, and the edited video was imported. The memory card then disappeared. Soon, the edited video was packaged and sent to the reporters' contact numbers using the Federation's investigation system's priority access through the interstellar information transmission device. Since the information was sent out by the Federation's investigation system, Skynet didn't monitor it. Cripps was a news editor on planet Meadow in the Cater Star system. He was reviewing the latest news of the day. His workload was very heavy. There was a lot of news in the Cater Star system, and he had to choose among them. It was an extremely complicated and professional task. He had to study the audience's tastes and psychology. This was something he had always done well, and it made him very famous in the industry. Cripps was also very daring. He dared to report on some sensitive news, and his name appeared in the Federation's investigation system. He was one of the reporters who received a lot of attention. Perhaps David didn't expect that the contact numbers of the reporters he found were the same ones that caused trouble for the Federation's investigation department. Cripps, who was concentrating on his work, suddenly felt his identity bracelet vibrate. He couldn't help but feel annoyed, but he still checked it. He usually turned off the notifications from his identity bracelet when he was working, so he had no choice but to check it now. There was an anonymous message on his identity bracelet. There is only one video in the message. Cripps opened the video curiously. He couldn't believe what he saw. A respected scholar in the Federation was cultivating insectoids, and he was even cultivating an insectoid king. Cripps had a deep understanding of the insectoids. He had done a lot of reporting on them before, so he knew that if Scholar Gerald's Hunter Mantis King was discovered by the insectoids, it was very likely that they would use the genes of the Hunter Mantis King to create an insectoid king. Cripps quickly cut the news he was about to broadcast and replaced it with a video of unknown origin. This was his personality. He would always stick to the truth. Almost at the same time, in the Cater star system, the Iridia star system, and the Vulgo star system, which were relatively close to planet Monolith, tens of thousands of reporters, just like Cripps, released David's edited video. Hundreds of billions of people watched this edited video, and it caused a huge impact. Unlike the planets in the war zone, the more peaceful a planet was, the more intolerable such behavior was. At least on the surface, this kind of darkness could not be tolerated. When the news of Scholar Gerald secretly cultivating the Hunter Mantis King was exposed, Scholar Gerald was in a spaceship flying away from the war zone. However, he would never reach his destination. As soon as his spaceship left the speed of light, a missile accurately hit it. The truth was forever covered up, and Scholar Gerald, who was at the front desk, paid the price. No one knew the true origin of the item David obtained from the secret research facility. However, David didn't know what kind of impact his random choice had caused. After this, even more people related to Scholar Gerald would be investigated. After David released the edited video, he erased all traces of it and withdrew his consciousness from the shadow attendant. As soon as David's consciousness returned to his body, he heard Kroll's words. "Mr. David, you're about to take the college entrance exam. The evaluation of the Federation's investigation department will directly affect your exam and your future work. I hope this incident can be dealt with in a low-key manner. I won't pursue Burlingham's injury, but you must sign an agreement to end this matter." David sneered in his mind. This Kroll had used all kinds of methods to threaten, intimidate, and coerce him. In the end, he just wanted David to sign an agreement. Don't think you can do anything just because you have a transcendent teacher. The Federation's investigation department is not afraid of the transcendent. Kroll continued. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Then, an intelligence agent quickly ran in with a panicked look on his face. "Captain, we've been surrounded," the intelligence agent reported. "What?" Kroll didn't even care about David and hurriedly ran out. Outside the three-story building of the intelligence station, Kroll saw more than 50 Kaji in exoskeleton armor surrounding the intelligence station. On the ground of Non-City, only the major forces with corresponding authority could wear exoskeleton armor and move freely without being affected by the monolith star nets above snares below. Kroll saw the Special Task Force Kaji in white exoskeleton armor led by Helena. Kroll also saw the elite Kaji in the Kaji Association led by Harrington. It could be said that 2 of the 4 major forces in Non-City had Kaji here, and these Kaji were all direct subordinates of the Transcendent. This represented the attitude of the Transcendent. Just as Team Leader Kroll was about to say something, 2 military transport hover vehicles came flying down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of them. 20 soldiers jumped down from the hover vehicles. "Hand over David, and all your Federation investigators will be investigated," the military Kaji said in a deep voice. Chapter 200. Since when can the military interfere with our Federation's investigation department? Team Leader Kroll asked loudly as he suppressed the panic in his heart. He knew very well that the military must have found something if they could come here. This was a war zone. The military had more power than the Federation's investigation department, but he couldn't admit defeat just like that. If he admitted defeat now, then the Federation's investigation department on Monolith, or even the entire war zone, would have a hard time in the future. Team Leader Kroll, this is an arrest warrant from Monolith's court. You and everyone in this building must hand over their weapons unconditionally and hand them over to the police for investigation. Helena said in a deep voice as she passed the document to Team Leader Kroll. Team Leader Kroll opened the document. His eyes twitched when he saw the warrant with the judge's electronic signature projected from his identity bracelet. He never thought that he would receive an arrest warrant from the planet's court one day. Whether he was actually arrested or not, he and the Federation's investigation department would definitely lose face this time. Team Leader Kroll couldn't help but curse investigators Burlingame and Clarissa in his heart. He knew Investigator Burlingame's actions, but he had to protect his subordinates first. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to convince his subordinates in the future. A commander who couldn't stand up for his subordinates wouldn't be trusted by his subordinates. Team Leader Kroll looked around. There were more than 60 Kaji around. Not to mention that there weren't many Kaji in the intelligence reports. Even if he wanted to resist, he had to consider Skynet and the eye of war that was everywhere in the sky above Non-City. If he dared to give the order to resist now, he believed that the other party had the authorization from the court. The eye of war in the sky above Non-City would attack them immediately. I need some time to contact my superiors. Please give me 5 minutes. Team Leader Kroll said in a deep voice as he looked at the leading military Kaji and Helena. 5 minutes. I'll start the countdown. Helena nodded. Then, she set a countdown on her identity bracelet and projected it. She was pressuring Team Leader Kroll so that he couldn't stall for time. Of course, although Helena had an arrest warrant from the court, the other party was also a special department. It would be best if they could resolve this peacefully. Keep an eye on them. Team Leader Kroll ordered his subordinates and then quickly rushed to the Interstellar Information Transmission Control Room. He skillfully opened the system, entered the password, and contacted the Federation's regional director, Chief Intelligence Brian. This was the highest-ranking officer that Kroll could contact. Intelligence Director Brian was in charge of intelligence work in several star fields. He was the senior officer of the Interstellar Federation's investigation department. Team Leader Kroll didn't notice that when he logged into the system, a built-in program was activated. His login time was set a few minutes before, which was the time when the edited video was sent. This was a method David had set aside. No matter who it was, as long as they used this optical computer, they would automatically become the login person who edited the video and sent it out. Reporting to Intelligence Director Brian, something has happened here, and I need to report it to you. Team Leader Kroll respectfully straightened his body and spoke loudly to the figure that appeared after the successful connection. Speak. Chief of Intelligence Brian was wearing a proper Federation investigation uniform. On his chest was a staff emblem of the Libra, which symbolized the person in charge of the region. His voice was short and powerful, showing the aura of a person in a high position. Team Leader Kroll didn't hide anything. He recounted everything that had happened in detail. He didn't dare hide anything. It was very easy for Chief of Intelligence Brian to investigate this matter. Chief of Intelligence Brian had the ability to mobilize Skynet's resources, and the Federation's investigation department had even more secretive sources of information. Team Leader Kroll didn't have the guts to lie to Chief of Intelligence Brian. Chief of Intelligence Brian's face was expressionless as he listened to Team Leader Kroll's report. He said in a deep voice, "I will inform them. Release that young man immediately and evacuate Planet Boulder." Team Leader Kroll was delighted. Chief of Intelligence Brian was going to protect them. Just as Chief of Intelligence Brian finished speaking, a female intelligence officer in a black uniform appeared on the screen. She handed 2 paper documents to Chief of Intelligence Brian. Chief of Intelligence Brian casually flipped through them, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Team Leader Kroll didn't dare to move. Chief of Intelligence Brian hadn't ended the call, so he didn't dare to take the initiative to end it. Chief of Intelligence Brian held the documents tightly in his hands and waved at the female intelligence officer. The female intelligence officer bowed and left. 2 things, Chief of Intelligence Brian said in a deep voice. Team Leader Kroll straightened his body again and listened carefully. First, you and your subordinates must accept the investigation of Planet Boulder's government unconditionally. Second, seal off all intelligence points on Planet Boulder and wait for me to send someone over. Chief of Intelligence Brian didn't explain. Yes, Team Leader Kroll didn't understand why Chief of Intelligence Brian had changed his mind in such a short time. He could only agree. During the call, the shadow attendant, which no one could see, was floating in the air and watching the entire conversation. After ending the call, Chief of Intelligence Brian's expression was very ugly. The Transcendent Galen sent a protest to the Interstellar Federation's intelligence headquarters. The protest was jointly sent by all 6 transcendents of Planet Boulder. Even though the 6 transcendents of Planet Boulder had small conflicts, they had always maintained a united front when it came to external matters. It was this way of doing things that allowed Planet Boulder to maintain its deterrence, even though there were only 6 transcendents on Planet Boulder. Chief of Intelligence Brian had to give the 6 transcendents an explanation, especially since the transcendents had provided video evidence that his subordinates had used illegal methods to induce mental power and detain them. Mental power induction was a common method used by the Federation's investigation department. When recruiting intelligence officers, having a higher level of mental power than normal people was one of the professional criteria. However, if they still used it on people who didn't need it and were discovered, it was the investigator's own fault. Chief of Intelligence Brian shook his head. There was no need to protect Investigator Bowlingham and Investigator Clarissa anymore. It was normal for them to suffer a backlash after using mental power induction on a Spearmaster. Normal people didn't know, but Chief of Intelligence Brian, who held a high position, knew that every master had a very high level of mental power. As for sealing off the intelligence points on Planet Boulder, it was because Chief of Intelligence Brian had another piece of information. From the internal system of the intelligence points on Planet Boulder, a video was sent to tens of thousands of reporters. The content of the video caused a huge reaction. This made the Federation's investigation department very passive, especially after multiple investigations. After discovering that the video was sent from the intelligence points on Planet Boulder, several intelligence departments directly suspected that the Federation's investigation department had something to do with it. Although the Federation's investigation department was an important intelligence department in the Interstellar Federation, they weren't the only intelligence department in the Interstellar Federation. The military's intelligence department had power that wasn't any weaker than the Federation's investigation department. The Kaji Society's intelligence department and some business intelligence departments were weaker. Now, the Federation's investigation department needed to find the person who sent the video to prove the Federation's innocence. For this reason, Chief of Intelligence Brian didn't want to become enemies with the various parties on Planet Boulder. He needed the support of the local forces to complete his investigation. David sat in the detainment chair. He already knew what was going on outside. The shadow attendant was looking at Kaji from the 3 major forces outside the building. He wasn't surprised that Helena was here, and it was understandable that Harrington was here, but why was the military here as well? Mr. David, you can leave now. Kroll unlocked the electronic handcuffs on David's hands and restored the identity bracelet for David. He then gestured for him to leave. David touched his wrist and stood up. He glanced at Kroll and walked out without saying a word. Kroll turned to the intelligence officer beside him and said, "Bring Burlingame and Clarissa. Everyone in the intelligence points will be investigated on Planet Boulder. Leader, Burlingame is still unconscious. He needs to rest." The intelligence officer reminded him softly, "Even if Burlingame is dead, I want his body dragged for investigation." Team Leader Kroll finally couldn't hold back his anger and roared. This intelligence officer and the others beside him were all shocked by Kroll's attitude. Kroll knew that he had lost his composure, so he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Burlingame's actions have ruined all of our futures." All the intelligence officers' expressions changed drastically. They no longer had any sympathy for Burlingame. Instead, they were full of hatred. So when Kroll walked out of the intelligence points, a few intelligence officers behind him carried Burlingame in a very rough manner. 2 other intelligence officers followed behind with Clarissa, who had her head lowered. "Second sister, Harrington, thank you." David saw Helena and Harrington and expressed his gratitude. David, it's good that you're fine. It's good that we don't bully people on Planet Boulder. How dare someone bully us? Harrington laughed and said first. Helena also went up to check David's body with a smile. She was relieved when she saw that there were no injuries. Little brother, this is Major Izzy, the eldest disciple of Transcendent Alvin. Helena turned around and introduced Kaji's captain to David. Thank you, Major Izzy. David quickly thanked him. Major Izzy went up and patted David's shoulder. Call me Big Brother Izzy. We're all transcendent disciples. How can we allow others to frame us? Transcendent disciples can't be humiliated, and transcendent disciples can't be humiliated either. The relationship between the military and David had always been good. David's talent made the military very happy. Although the young David wasn't part of the military now. As long as David graduated from university, he would have to go through 10 years of military service. The military of Planet Boulder wanted to recruit David first. With David's talent, it might not take many years for the military of Planet Boulder to have a new transcendent. As for keeping David in the military, they believed that it would be easy for the military to keep a talent like him by constantly promoting his military rank and providing him with sufficient training resources. Big Brother Izzy. David knew the relationship between transcendent disciples and transcendent disciples should also be close, so he changed his tone after Major Izzy's words. All members of the Federation investigation team are ordered to accept the investigation of Planet Boulder. Team leader Kroll came up to them and said in a deep voice. His face was full of grievances. One had to know that he would definitely become the laughingstock of the Federation investigation department from now on. Not to mention promotion. Even his position would be a problem. Team leader Kroll didn't know that there was a bigger problem waiting for him. 5 Kaji from the military and 5 Kaji from the Secret Service took the members of the Federation investigation team away, including the unconscious Burlingham investigator. David also realized his insignificance through this incident. In the face of a powerful force, he had no way of resisting with his own strength. 2 Federation investigators could convict him, and he wouldn't even dare to resist. Transcendent. David's heart was filled with the desire to become a transcendent. He had never been this desperate before. Ever since he became a Kaji and a disciple of Transcendent Galen, he was relatively safe. Even that mysterious organization hadn't looked for him for a while. Although he was still very hard-working in his training, he had let go of the sense of urgency in his heart. Now, David once again had the motivation to become a Kaji. In order to survive in this world, he had to become a transcendent who could control his own destiny. It was another week of boring training. David's schedule was packed every day. In the morning, after eating a level 1 strengthened meat, he practiced the advanced Kaji body arts and used the gene repair pod to heal himself. In the morning, he practiced various weapons. In the afternoon, he went to the armory to read books. At night, he practiced the crystal meditation with the shadow attendant. He squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body and entered a state of sleep. During this week, countless officials, businessmen, and forces in the war zone and the 3 nearby star regions were investigated. Although Scholar Gerald was dead and they lost the chance to find out who was behind him, the people who were related to Scholar Gerald were investigated by several major intelligence organizations. The power of public opinion was usually insignificant, but once it exploded, its influence was extremely shocking. These days, the Federation investigation team that was investigated by Planet Boulder was finally taken away by the Federation's investigation department. The game behind the scenes was not known to outsiders. However, what was certain was that Investigator Bollingham and Investigator Clarissa would be imprisoned. Team leader Kroll was not having an easy time either. His account had spread the video that had shocked hundreds of billions of people in the 3 star fields. Team leader Kroll was suspected of leaking information. No matter how much he explained, it was useless. Although the Federation's investigation department had given an explanation to other intelligence organizations, the Interstellar Federation government, and the public, the investigation could not continue when it involved team leader Kroll. Therefore, Regardless of whether team leader Kroll was the culprit or not, he had to take the blame. David, who was at the center of all these incidents, did not arouse any suspicion. No one would believe that a student whose hands were tied, his identity bracelet was sealed, and there were several Federation investigators beside him would be related to such a big event. Countless pieces of evidence showed that when David was on Planet Boulder 6, he did not even enter the mine, let alone have access to those videos. The disturbance outside had nothing to do with David. He continued to live his life as usual. Chapter 201. The results of David's training over the past few days were pretty good, especially after absorbing the knowledge balls. His mastery of several weapons had improved, especially his heavy axe mastery. Because he absorbed the experience of the 4 elite heavy axe Kaji, it directly reached 99% proficiency. David even had a feeling that as long as he was given the opportunity, his heavy axe mastery could also reach perfection and become a heavy axe master. It was also very strange. David used the heavy axe the least, but now his weapon mastery was second only to the spear mastery. David's shield mastery had also risen to 98% proficiency. Perhaps it was because every elite Great Shield Warrior had their own unique skills, but when David absorbed the Shield Master Knowledge Orb, he unexpectedly had a particularly large improvement. On the contrary, David's Hammer Mastery, which he had been practicing hard, only reached 90% proficiency. This made him feel ashamed to face Garen Transcendent. The hammer was the main weapon of Garen Transcendent, but in this category, it was second to last among all his melee mastery. On the morning of March 20th, David had just finished practicing and walked out of the gene repair cabin when his identity bracelet reminded him that someone had contacted him. "David, I'm in Nan City." As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice came to his ear. It was the voice of his good friend Myron. "What, you're in Nan City?" David was taken aback. He had not broken contact with Myron and had always been in contact, but he did not hear Myron say that he was in Nan City today. "Come and pick me up. I'm at the first space station," Myron said as he sent a video. It was a video of him standing at the first space station. "I'll be there in a minute," David replied with a smile. When David appeared in front of Myron, half an hour had already passed. Myron was standing on the roof of the first space station, his eyes constantly looking around. Of course, the focus of his gaze was on the beautiful girls. "Myron, what are you looking at?" David walked to Myron's side and asked aloud. "Nothing much." Myron was scared out of his wits and hurriedly said. Then he looked at David from head to toe and said, "David, why do I feel that you have become even stronger?" Of course, this wasn't to say that Myron's eyesight was good. It was just that he was very familiar with David. After not seeing him for a while, David's strength had changed so much that he could naturally tell a glance. "Good eyesight. Your strength has indeed improved recently," David said with a smile. Recently, his strength had reached 1,400 kilograms after consuming level 1 strengthened meat every day and the torture of advanced Kaji body art. This strength had reached the threshold of intermediate Kaji. David naturally wouldn't reveal his strength. Myron hadn't even reached the level of Kaji, so revealing his strength would only affect Myron's mood. It seems that you can skip a grade when you get to Na and university. Myron was well aware of the gap between himself and David, so he didn't have the intention to compare himself. "Myron, I'm sorry. I might not be able to enter Na and university with you." David heard Myron mention Na and university and felt very embarrassed. The two of them had agreed to enter Na and university together, but now he was planning to go to another university. "If you're not going Na and university, then which university are you going to?" Myron was also very surprised. Na and university was already the best university on Monolith. "Uncle Garen is going to recommend me to enter the first college of Iridia." David didn't hide anything and said truthfully. "Heavens, the first college of Iridia on Lunka planet," Myron exclaimed. Then he looked at David and said, "David, it's a waste for a genius like you to enter Na and university. The first college of Iridia is the university that geniuses should go to." When he graduated from Na and university, being able to become a Kaji was already one of the best. A university on a desolate planet couldn't be compared to the best academy in a star field. Let's not talk about this. How'd you get here this time? David asked, changing the topic. David, did you forget that we agreed to watch Emma's concert together? Emma's concert will start in 5 days. Father has arranged a travel invitation for me. I'll take this opportunity to have some fun in Non-City, Myron said with an excited face. Only now did David remember the promise he had made in Parent City. He had almost forgotten about it due to the recent series of major events and his constant cultivation. In fact, the celebrity Emma was just David's predecessor's favorite celebrity. David himself had no interest in her. If you didn't mention it, I really would have forgotten. Let's not talk here. I'll take you back to my house to settle down, David said with a smile. David, go and buy the concert tickets first. I don't know what happened recently. Non-City Skynet can't be accessed at all. It's impossible to book the concert tickets. Myron thought of the tickets and hurriedly urged. Non-City Skynet couldn't be accessed because of David. The edited video was sent out from Non-City. Recently, Non-City Skynet was doing a self-inspection. A large number of computing resources were used to edit the video, so access outside the city was closed. Don't worry, I'll help you ask, David said with a wave of his hand. He used his identity bracelet to send a message to Furnace, asking him to help him get 2 tickets to Emma's concert. In terms of ability to do things in Non-City, Furnace was definitely the local tyrant of Non-City. Little brother, you actually like to watch concerts. I thought you were going to practice until you became a madman. As soon as the message was sent, Furnace communication came through. Furnace wanted to go out with David recently, but David didn't have time to accompany him. Now that David asked for the concert tickets, he naturally had to complain. My friend came from Parent City to watch the concert. He didn't buy the tickets. I didn't know you were the best. David naturally knew his character and said flatteringly, I still have some face in Non-City. I'll send the tickets to you later. Furnace was just joking. He naturally wouldn't refuse David's request. Besides, this was just a small matter. After disconnecting the call, David smiled and made a successful gesture to Myron. Myron was also relieved. He came to Non-City 5 days in advance for this reason. David brought Myron to the supercar sports hover car. Myron's eyes suddenly widened. Compared to this supercar, Myron's Gladstone Type 6 was simply world apart. One was mass-produced, while the other was a limited edition. If you like it, I'll let you use it during your time in Non-City, David said with a smile when he saw Myron's expression. I won't be polite with you, Myron said as he sat in the driver's seat. David sat in the front passenger seat and told Myron the address. Myron then drove the hover car to the destination. David looked at the happy Myron and sighed in his heart. In the past, he was as easily satisfied as Myron. At first, he was excited to be able to obtain a Tier 1 weapon. Later, it was upgraded to a Tier 2 weapon. Now, unless it was a top-notch Tier 2 weapon, he didn't care much about it. He just exchanged it for credits. David, what's going on in Non-City recently? Why are there so many police officers? Myron couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw many police hover cars halfway through the journey. Although Myron had never been to Non-City before, he was very familiar with the workings of the government. Such a large police force was definitely abnormal. Recently, many people have been involved in a case. The police in Non-City are a little busy, David replied as he looked at the police hover cars that were avoiding him. Although David didn't care much about worldly affairs, how could he not know about the major events in Non-City? It was because of the video he edited that many people in Non-City who were involved in the incident on Boulder 6 were invited to investigate. As the investigation progressed, more and more people were implicated. Many of these people had only provided construction materials for Scholar Gerald's underground research facility or handled some equipment. They didn't know about the construction of the underground research facility. However, the higher-ups had ordered a strict investigation, and these people were all investigated. Why do I feel like the police are avoiding our hover car? Myron asked as he noticed something strange. This hover car was given to me by Uncle Garen, David explained with a smile. Myron immediately understood. He knew Garen's identity as a transcendent, so he naturally knew what privileges a hovercar used by Garen Transcendent would have. When they arrived at the villa, Myron was shocked again. It was very difficult to own a small apartment in Non-City. However, Myron was not someone who had not seen the world. As the son of the mayor of Param City, his house was bigger and more luxurious than this. The only difference was that one was in Param City, while the other was in Non-City. After arranging a guest room for Myron and putting away their luggage, they sat down in the living room to rest. As soon as they sat down, David received a concert ticket from Furnace. When he opened it, he found that it wasn't 2 tickets, but a ticket to the 5th box of the concert. Myron, take the ticket. You don't have to worry about it. David didn't care much about the concert ticket, so he casually transferred it to Myron. Haha, it's a box. Myron looked at the ticket very happily. Then his eyes lit up and said, now I can call Jim Daly and Quincy. Everyone can get together again. That's a good idea. David also agreed excitedly. Although he had only been in Non-City for about 2 months, he felt that he had been separated from his friends for a long time. In Non-City, it was very difficult for him to make friends of the same age. Other than Furnace, he almost didn't have friends of the same age in Non-City. This was also related to his promotion in status. Kaji, who was the same age as him, had combat power that was incomparable to him. It was naturally difficult to become friends with him. For example, Furnace was young. Even if he had a teacher like Galen Transcendent, and his combat power was extremely strong among the younger generation of the Monolith Star, he was still far behind David. This made it more difficult for David to find friends of the same age. Therefore, former friends were more precious. David valued these friends very much. I'll ask my father to help them apply for a travel invitation and then inform them. Myron immediately prepared to contact Mayor Bernard. There's no need to trouble Mayor Bernard. Just come over in the name of visiting friends and let them apply. David stopped Myron and said with a smile. With David's status in Non-City, as long as they applied for a friend visit and he agreed, Non-City would not be able to stop them. Yes, this is your home ground. I'll inform them now. Myron nodded and said. He began to contact them one by one. Looking at his excited look, the contact was very successful. In fact, not to mention the friendship between David and these friends, the elders of these friends also hoped that their children could be on good terms with David. This was very good for the children's future. It's agreed. Tomorrow morning, all 3 of them will come over. We can get together again. Myron closed his identity bracelet and said to David with a smile. In the afternoon, David didn't go to school. Instead, he accompanied Myron to tour around Non-City. After a long period of cultivation, David also needed to rest. This was a good opportunity to rest. The next morning, Myron finished washing up and walked out of the guest room at 7 o'clock. When he came to the living room, he didn't see David. When he was about to ask the AI housekeeper, he saw David come out of the basement covered in blood. Morning. David didn't care about the blood on his body. He had long been used to this kind of cultivation. Without the advanced Kaji body art, how could his strength improve so quickly? You have to pay to get something. David, what's on your body? Myron was not very clear-headed when he woke up. He pointed at David and asked, It's nothing. After I became Kaji, I changed to a higher-level body art. This is the damage from practicing the body art. Let me treat it first. David answered as he came to the side of the gene repair cabin. David threw away his coat and entered the gene repair cabin. His whole body was soaked in the gene repair fluid. Myron stared blankly at David in the gene repair fluid. He finally understood why David's strength improved so much. A genius, a hardworking genius, a hardworking and crazy genius. Myron felt the difference between him and David. This had nothing to do with David's talent, but his attitude towards cultivation. He woke up at 7 o'clock, but David had already finished his body art training. This meant that David had been waking up at 6 o'clock every day since the Galen Transcendent requested him to practice at 6 o'clock in Parent City. However, he had long forgotten about it. Myron clenched his fist tightly. He had to work hard too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with his friend. However, he also understood that the gap between him and David could never be closed. It would only get bigger as time passed. This could be seen from their target universities. Myron had to work hard to get into non-university, but David had already gone to compete with the geniuses of the Iridia sector to get into the first college of Iridia. The Iridia sector was a sector with a population of 100 billion. The geniuses of 100 billion people were far from what a desolate planet like the monolith star could imagine. When David came out of the gene repair cabin, he saw Myron in a daze. Chapter 202. David's good friends, Myron, Jim, Daly, and a Quincy, spent 5 days in Non-City. David would spend time with them every afternoon, but he still insisted on training in the morning. On the afternoon of March 25th, the 5 of them went to watch the concert early. Why are there so many people? When the hover car approached the concert venue, David was shocked by the crowd. Although Non-City was usually lively, it was never crowded. However, the road leading to the concert was filled with people. That's not surprising. Very few big stars come to Planet Monolith. There are dangers everywhere, and it's rare to see a big star. Jim shook his head and replied, Planet Monolith was a war zone. Every citizen here dreamed of becoming a Kaji since they were young. Planet Monolith's education was cultivated in the same way. Education had always been based on Kaji's basic training. Only those who had no hope of becoming a Kaji would choose cultural knowledge. Artistic knowledge, such as music, dance, and painting, were not provided by schools unless the student's family was very rich and could hire someone to teach them. In addition to the harsh living environment, Planet Monolith's entertainment activities were especially lacking compared to non-war zones. It was rare for a big star to come to a concert, so the citizens of Planet Monolith were extremely enthusiastic. This was because Skynet had been blocked, which cut off the fast channel for many people to buy tickets through Skynet. This caused the number of people coming to the concert from other cities to decrease. Otherwise, there would be more people. Emma, Shoma, I love you. Even through the car window, David could hear the passionate cries outside. David couldn't understand these people. He wasn't a fan himself, but when he looked at his friends, he saw the same excited look on their faces. If it were not for the special hover car that could drive directly into the streets, and if his friend were not in the car, he would be like these crazy people. The hover car was under the name of Galen Transcendent. Although David had no right to drive it from a high altitude, the police who maintained law and order did not dare to stop him. The hover car drove all the way to the Grand Theater where the concert would be held. David noticed that something was amiss because he saw a red carpet at the entrance. A man in a security uniform came over and looked at David and the other 4 people in the car. He then checked the red carpet invitation list on his ID bracelet. Sir, please park your hover car over here. The security guard immediately ordered after noticing that they were not invited to the red carpet. Although the security guard couldn't tell that the hover car belonged to Galen Transcendent, he could tell how expensive it was. Furthermore, the fact that the police had allowed it to pass proved the identity of the person in the car. Therefore, the security guard's attitude was very good. He always had a smile on his face, afraid that he would offend the rich and powerful. David also knew that they couldn't get out of the car here. The people around them might think that they were going to walk the red carpet. The hover car stopped at the side, and David and the others alighted. Gentlemen, what's your seat number? I'll lead the way for you. The security guard who had been following them asked respectfully when he saw them get off the hover car. The ticket was in Myron's ID bracelet, and he showed it to them. Please follow me. The security guard knew that he had done the right thing when he saw that they were in VIP room 5. Myron wanted to stay and watch the red carpet, but he also knew that it would be embarrassing for the guests in the VIP rooms to stay and watch the red carpet, so he didn't mention it. The security guard led them into the concert venue through the VIP passageway. The concert venue was arranged in a huge circle, and there were as many as 20,000 seats. The VIP rooms were around the center stage, and 20 of them formed a circle above the regular audience. VIP room 5 was in a very good position. It was slightly to the right of the front of the stage and was one of the best viewing spots. The security guard escorted David and the others to the VIP room and left. Myron used the ticket to open the door to the VIP room. Gentlemen, my name is Fanny. I'm in charge of VIP room 5. Please call me if you need anything." A beautiful waitress introduced herself as soon as they walked into the VIP room. All kinds of fruits and snacks were prepared in the VIP room. There was a wine cabinet next to it, and the seats were soft sofas. It was a very luxurious place to watch a concert. On the wall of the VIP room, there was a display of the red carpet outside. "Good thing I didn't stay outside to watch the red carpet," Myron said with a smile. They were all friends here, so he didn't hold back when he spoke. "I wanted to stay too, but I was too embarrassed to say it," De Quincy added. As they chatted and laughed, the red carpet outside became lively. Celebrities appeared one after another and walked on the red carpet. Almost every time Myron saw someone walking down the red carpet, he would call out their name and exclaim in amazement. David also had a smile on his face, but in reality, he didn't know any of these so-called celebrities. He never knew that there were such celebrities in Non-City. He thought that even if the celebrities weren't Galen Transcendent, Alvin Transcendent, Mervyn Transcendent, and the other Transcendent, they would at least be strong people like Helena, Blake, and Harrington. However, David didn't feel anything when he heard Myron call out the names of authors, songwriters, hosts, movie stars, and other famous people. In fact, it was a matter of class. David was now interacting with people from Non-City, or even the top group of people on a Monolith Star. Even if this group of people came to watch the concert, they wouldn't appear on the red carpet. The red carpet process was very long. As he watched the so-called celebrities he didn't know walk slowly on the red carpet, David regretted coming to the concert. It was more boring than he thought. If it weren't for his friends, he would have left long ago. David asked for a glass of juice, opened a copy of The Great World of God book on his identity bracelet, and started reading. His friends also knew that David practiced hard and spent a lot of time with him these days. When they saw David reading, they didn't disturb him. Time would pass very quickly if he was fully immersed in reading the book. David, who was reading, suddenly heard a beautiful female voice, which woke him up from his book. The voice was very beautiful, but it wasn't enough to wake David up. What woke him up was the faint spiritual power contained in the voice. This made the voice feel like it was integrated into one's soul, causing people who heard the voice to involuntarily change their emotions. Spiritual attack. David, who had experienced spiritual induction not long ago, immediately became vigilant. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. The spiritual power in the voice was more used to affect people's emotions. It didn't have any offensive intent. At the very least, David's soul fortress didn't reject the spiritual power in the voice. The voice also made David feel happy, which meant that the voice was harmless. After discovering the spiritual power in the voice, David was very curious. He looked at the stage. A woman in a white pleated skirt stood on the stage. She had long blonde hair and an exquisite and beautiful face. It was the main star of the concert, Emma. David's understanding of Emma was still limited to the memories of his predecessor. In addition, he didn't care much about these memories. So, his so-called understanding of Emma was only to the extent of knowing who she was. Only when he saw Emma in person did he understand why his predecessor and his friends were so obsessed with her. In the Interstellar era, as long as you spent some credits, you could guarantee that you wouldn't become fat. Plastic surgery was just a trivial surgery. So, there were many beautiful women around. Emma was different from those beautiful women. Of course, her appearance was at the peak of what David could imagine. However, what made Emma stand out was her temperament. In David's opinion, this temperament, other than being born and nurtured, should be triggered by her spiritual power. Emma's spiritual power was around 3. David's estimation wouldn't be wrong. 3 times out of a normal person's spiritual power, plus the warmth that Emma exuded, made her beauty extremely special. Knowing that Emma's voice wasn't offensive, David also let go of his spiritual power and immersed himself in the voice. Emma's voice was very infectious. David, who had let go of his spiritual power, was like a good friend beside him, completely immersed in the mood of the song. Unknowingly, David's spiritual power spread out from his soul to his body. If David were to do this on his own initiative, he wouldn't be able to do it. This was because he only had three types of spiritual power: spiritual pierce, spiritual hibernation, and spiritual burst, which would appear automatically after focusing on his spiritual power. Now that his spiritual power had spread out from his body, it was guided by Emma's voice. David's spiritual power merged with Emma's. Along with Emma's voice, he felt the emotions of the audience of 20,000. It was a wonderful feeling. Emma, who was singing wholeheartedly, accompanied David's spiritual power. The power of her voice increased several times. The audience, who were originally affected by the song, only had slight emotional fluctuations. These people were born on the monolith planet and had experienced the most dangerous living environment. Most of them had extremely strong willpower. However, when David's spiritual power merged with Emma's, the audience's emotions went out of control. When the song sang about the suffering of fate, the audience of 20,000 burst into tears. When the song sang about the beauty of life, the audience laughed. Even David and the singer, Emma, were intoxicated by the song, let alone the audience. No matter how long the song was, it would always end. When Emma finished singing the last line, she suddenly woke up. She felt that her spiritual power was intertwined with another spiritual power. Spiritual power was an extension of the soul. This feeling was like two people hugging each other intimately. Emma seemed to be frightened and quickly retracted her spiritual power. Emma had a strong understanding of spiritual power. This was related to her family background. She could come into contact with many spiritual knowledge that ordinary people could not. She knew that if two spiritual powers came into direct contact, both of them would be injured if they were not careful. Fortunately, her spiritual power did not deliberately come into contact with the spiritual power of the other party. Otherwise, if there was any disharmony during the fusion, both of their souls would be affected. Of course, Emma did not know that if something happened, only she would be affected and not David. David's soul fortress and crystal meditation were double protecting his soul. Emma turned her gaze to a box in front of the stage. That was where the spirit she had sensed had come from. David also woke up. He felt that his spiritual power had increased. The shadow attendant was beside him. He put one hand on the shadow attendant and activated the attribute panel. In the time it took to sing a song, his spiritual power had increased by 0.02, and it had reached 5.20. If he wanted to increase his spiritual power by 0.01, he would have to kill at least 10 Kaji and absorb their souls, or kill dozens of Zergs. Now, just one song had increased his spiritual power by 0.02. This made his heart beat faster. He turned to look at Emma, his eyes burning with passion. Emma and David's eyes met. Emma's face blushed. David's burning eyes made her quickly look away. Why is this person looking at me like that? Emma thought in her heart. However, due to the spiritual connection just now, she didn't blame David too much. Instead, she felt an inexplicable joy. To Emma's delight, David was about her own age and had an acceptable appearance. She did not want to have a spiritual connection with an old man or a greasy uncle. Who is he? Emma thought as she lowered her head. It was not until the blush on Emma's face faded that the audience woke up from their daze. God, Emma sang so well. I feel like my soul has been cleansed. Myron said with a long sigh. Myron, why are you crying? De Quincey asked, pointing at the tears on Myron's face. Myron quickly touched his face and found that it really was full of tears. He wiped away his tears and said to De Quincey, You have tears on your face too. You cried too. De Quincey touched his face and found that it was indeed full of tears. He looked at Jim and Daly and found that they were also wiping away their tears. Only David's face was clean, which made him stand out. David, aren't you moved by the song? Myron asked David. I am very moved. David nodded affirmatively. When David's spiritual connection with Emma, he felt the emotional changes in the audience. Myron and the others were alternating between crying and laughing. There were even tears on their faces when they laughed. The 20,000 people in the audience all felt their minds clear up. This was the benefit they got from the song just now. Among the audience, Those who had suffered psychological damage would be completely healed. Those who had suffered severe psychological damage would become mild. Those who had not suffered psychological damage would still be in high spirits. Most of the audience members on Planet Monolith had suffered psychological damage to some extent. Everyone in a war zone had come into contact with danger. After this experience, their hearts and minds were calmed. Emma and David, on the other hand, had benefited the most from this. As they sensed the changes in the emotions of the 20,000 audience members, their spirits had also been enhanced. Of course, Emma did not have David's status panel, so she could not see the actual increase in her mind. However, Emma also felt some subtle changes in her body. Chapter 203. Warm applause rang out in the concert venue. Many of the audience members did not know what had just happened, but that extreme feeling made them receive a spiritual baptism, so they gave Emma the warmest applause. Some of these audience members might have some guesses, but there were too few people who studied the spiritual field, so these people could only make guesses. Emma calmed down, and according to the rehearsal sequence, the band began the prelude to the second song. As the prelude sounded, the venue immediately quieted down, and anticipation filled the air. The audience was looking forward to another spiritual baptism. Emma's voice rang out again, and the faint spiritual power was still emitted with the song, filling the entire concert venue. It was estimated that only this way could one's spiritual power be emitted to such a large range. For example, even if David's spiritual power was far superior to Emma's, it was extremely difficult for him to even emit his spiritual power outside of his body. After David heard Emma's voice, he did not hesitate at all. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to enhance his spiritual power? With the experience of the previous song, he once again focused his mind on Emma's voice. Soon, his spirit was affected by Emma's voice, and he merged with Emma's spirit. This time, Emma felt that David's spirit was once again merged with hers, but due to the danger of spiritual fusion, she did not dare to stop or have other thoughts. She could only sing wholeheartedly, and, subconsciously, she was still very willing to enjoy the feeling of spiritual fusion. The mood of the 20,000 audience members was sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes joyful, and sometimes sad. David's spirit spread in the huge concert venue with Emma's voice. This concert was more like Emma and David performing together. As they sang one song after another, the two became more and more familiar with each other, and the effect became better and better. In the first few songs, the audience still applauded, but after a few songs, the 20,000 audience members fell deeper and deeper into the song, and it took longer and longer for them to recover. Often, the effect of the previous song had not ended, but the next song had already begun. There was a strange situation at the concert. No one was clapping anymore. Everyone in the audience had fallen into a deep infatuation. Even the band members were affected by her singing. After all, these band members often worked with Emma and were already used to the influence of Emma's spiritual power. Now, with the addition of David, they could bear it at first, but as time passed, they were also affected. Fortunately, when preparing for the concert, they had already recorded the accompaniment to prevent mistakes. When the band had problems, the accompaniment was added in time, so there were no accidents. Of course, a concert would normally not use accompaniment. That would be extremely irresponsible to the audience. However, today's audience did not notice this at all. Everyone was engrossed in the singing. Perhaps it was a habit, but in the last song, as soon as Emma started singing, David's spirit automatically spread out, and Emma's spirit also extended. Their spirits were like the warp and weft of a piece of cloth, intertwined and overlapped. When the song ended, the whole place was silent. Only the accompaniment was still playing. In the whole concert, not only the audience was engrossed, but the band and the security guards were also engrossed. Emma stood quietly on the stage. Now that the concert was over, she could clearly feel the changes in her spirit. Her spirit had become stronger. The strengthening of her spirit was very obvious. This feeling was similar to when her grandfather gave her a dragon song fruit when she was young, and she had eaten it. The dragon song fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was even obtained from the great world of God. It had a great nourishing effect on one's spirit. Not to mention how precious the dragon song fruit was, it could only be eaten once in a person's life. After eating it again, it would lose its effect. Treasures of heaven and earth that could improve one's spirit were extremely rare. Even if one had credits and authority, it was difficult to obtain them. This made it extremely difficult to improve one's spirit through the use of external items. However, in this concert, there were a total of 20 songs, and the effect was equal to or even better than that of the dragon song fruit. When Shoma was young, her spirit was not as strong as it was now. It had the same effect, but the difficulty of the improvement was completely different. Emma looked at David in box 5 again. She was shy at the beginning of the spiritual fusion, but after that, a strange feeling rose in her heart. Emma was not without suitors. In fact, in the Interstellar Federation, there were many outstanding young men who wanted to pursue her. However, she did not accept any of them. On one hand, it was because of her family. She needed to be careful of anyone she came into contact with. On the other hand, she did not feel anything. Due to her powerful spirit, Emma could easily sense the hearts of others. Her own heart was extremely pure, so it was natural for her to use this standard to measure everyone who wanted to get close to her. This made it difficult for Emma to open her heart. She did not even have many friends of the same sex, let alone friends of the opposite sex. David also felt Emma's incomparably pure spirit during the spiritual fusion. As the party with the stronger spirit, he was more active and felt more when he merged with Emma's spirit. David did not have any other thoughts. He just admired Emma very much. The entertainment industry in his previous life was chaotic, so he only listened to the songs and did not pay attention to the singer. He knew that the spirit would not lie. How could he not admire a girl with a heart of gold? David let the shadow attendant activate the attribute panel again. He did not know how long the silence would last. He wanted to know how much the spiritual fusion of 20 songs had increased his spirit. When he saw that his spirit had reached 526, he smiled. The spiritual fusion of the first song had brought him the most benefits, but he also knew that the 002 spirit would not last forever. He was already very satisfied with an increase of 006 spirit. Boom! Finally, the audience at the concert woke up. They all stood up and applauded wildly. The band members also woke up. They looked at each other with disbelief and annoyance on their faces. 2 crazy audience members rushed towards the stage, their faces filled with obsession and madness. With these 2 audience members taking the lead, more audience members were affected. They had not completely broken away from the influence of the song and were easily affected by the outside world. Emma saw the crazy audience and could not help but be shocked. She was on the stage and was surrounded by the audience. There was nowhere for her to retreat. Miss, 2 middle-aged women were standing near the concert gate. They had just woken up from the influence of the song and saw the craziness of the audience. They immediately shouted. These 2 were Emma's personal bodyguards. Although they had the strength of a peak-level Kaji, they did not have the exoskeleton armor. It was too late for them to rush to the stage from the gate. Originally, the 2 of them were standing beside the stage, but the influence of the song was too great. They needed to stay awake, so they retreated to the furthest distance from the stage. But even so, they were still affected. Now that Emma's safety was threatened, they could not protect her in time. David, who was looking at the attribute panel, felt Emma's panic. This was the connection between the 2 of them after the spiritual fusion. This connection might slowly weaken until it completely disappeared as time passed. However, the spiritual fusion had just ended, so the connection was still there. David saw that Emma was in danger. He came to the concert, so he could not bring a long sword with him. Fortunately, he always had a second-grade military knife with him. He was worried about Emma's safety, so he did not have time to go out of the room. He still had to go through the passageway to get out of the room. If he had the time, something would have happened to Emma. David scratched the glass in front of him with a second-grade military knife. The bulletproof glass that was strong enough to block light firearms was as thin as paper in front of the second-grade military knife. In less than a second, a hole big enough for one person to pass through was cut in front of the box. David went through the hole and jumped towards the stage with all his might. The distance was about 40 meters, so it was impossible to cover it in one leap. Because he was anxious, David directly activated his extreme speed talent. His body turned into an illusory shadow as he stepped on the heads of a few audience members. With a speed of 7 seconds per 100 meters, the distance of 40 meters was covered in just a breath's time. He stood on the stage. At that moment, the closest audience member jumped onto the stage. The two female bodyguards of Emma were still 100 meters away. David looked around. He realized that the stimulation of the spiritual fusion was too strong, so the audience member's self-control was extremely weak. Under someone's lead, more than half of the audience members rushed towards the stage. The audience members were not enemies, so David could not kill them one by one like how he dealt with the Zergs. The only choice was to leave the stage. The stage was in the center of the audience, and it was in the most eye-catching position. It was like a lighthouse that attracted the crazy audience members. "Follow me." David immediately made a decision. He pulled Emma and dragged her in the direction with the fewest people. Emma was pulled by the hand, and her face turned red again. However, she also knew that in the face of danger, there was no time to think too much. She immediately ran with David. Emma had also practiced physical skills. She had about 800 kilograms of strength. Her speed was not bad, but compared to David, it was a far cry. David had just run 2 steps when he realized that he was too fast. He was almost pulling Emma off the ground. This could easily hurt Emma. Without thinking, he exerted force with his arm, and with a shake, he carried Emma on his back. David exerted force with his feet. With the addition of Emma's weight, it was as light as a feather to him. His extreme speed was fully activated. He stepped on the heads and shoulders of the audience members, and after a few times, he broke out of the encirclement. Emma did not expect David to carry her on his back. At first, she wanted to struggle, but when she felt the familiar spirit aura, her heart calmed down. David carried her and jumped over the heads of the audience. Emma could not see the crazy faces of the audience. Her heart was only enveloped by the familiar spirit aura. She leaned on David's back, and her head gently leaned on David's shoulder. A smile appeared on her face. Just when David thought that he had escaped, he suddenly felt 2 murderous intents locking onto him. Then, 2 figures rushed towards him. As the 2 figures rushed towards him, 2 long swords were pulled out from their backs. Kill! 2 blue lights turned into lightning and swept towards David's legs. Damn it! How can weapons be allowed in here? David cursed in his heart. His military knife could be hidden, but the 2 men's 2 long swords could not be hidden. At the same time, his spirit could also feel the strength of the 2 men. He had encountered many Kaji at the peak, so he knew that these 2 men were Kaji at the peak. If he had a suitable weapon, David would not mind fighting with them. However, when he broke into the 5th room, he put his military knife back beside his leg. It was too late to pull it out now. Besides, even if he had a military knife, he would not be a match for 2 Kaji at the peak. David instinctively made a decision. He did not even have time to think as his body moved quickly. With his extreme speed activated, he was already out of the attack range of the 2 long swords before the blue lights could get close to him. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he immediately used his power shock to kick the 2 chairs towards the 2 men. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The 2 female bodyguards thought that David had Emma under control. They knew Emma's personality very well. She would not even touch a man's hand, let alone lie behind a man's back. However, they had never seen this man before. That was how the misunderstanding occurred. For Emma's safety, the 2 female bodyguards attacked with all their might. However, they could not catch up with David, who was like a fish in water. When they saw the 2 chairs flying towards them, the 2 female bodyguards did not even think about it. They immediately swung their swords and rushed over without stopping. However, a strange force came from the chairs, which made the 2 bodyguards were not prepared for a tremble. When the two bodyguards' bodies went soft, they bit the tip of their tongues at the same time. Two blood arrows shot towards David's body. This was the secret technique of the two female bodyguards. The powerful blood arrows were enough to break through gold and iron. Kaji, who did not have the exoskeleton armor, had a body defense that was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. This blood arrow, which was almost comparable to a bullet, could not be blocked at all. The two female bodyguards deliberately avoided Emma's position. At such a close distance, they instantly arrived in front of David. Danger! David felt the approaching danger. As he was retreating, he could clearly see the attack method used by the other party. While he was highly focused, his spirit began to explode. The trajectory of the two blood arrows was completely seen by him. From the position of the two blood arrows, it could be seen that the two female bodyguards cooperated. No matter how David dodged, it was difficult for him to dodge the two blood arrows. David moved his body sideways and raised his right leg to block in front of him. He successfully dodged one blood arrow. The other blood arrow that attacked him hit his calf. At the place where his calf was hit, a faint blue light flashed. Chapter 204. David used the rank 2 stiletto on his calf to block the blood arrow, but the force of the blood arrow still sent him flying. The two female bodyguards were real elite pinnacle Kaji. They had a lot of secret techniques and were the absolute elites of the special forces in Emma's family. Although they didn't expect to see a Kaji with the talent of power shock on a desolate planet like this, they still made a strong counterattack. David was also angered by the attack of the female bodyguards. If it was a normal Kaji, the previous attack would have been enough to kill him, let alone the blood arrow. When his body was sent flying, his eyes flashed fiercely, and the spirit arrow in the soul fortress sprout was activated. David didn't know that the two female pinnacle Kaji were Emma's bodyguards. He thought they were the strong fighters in the audience, or the mysterious organization had come to assassinate him again. When he decided to use the spirit arrow, David's heart was filled with murderous intent. He couldn't leave anyone alive if he used a non-Interstellar Federation ability like the Spirit Pierce. Just as David was about to use the spirit arrow to take his life, Emma finally saw the two female bodyguards behind him. Emma's reaction was a little slow. It was the first time Emma was so close to a man, and her mind was affected by David's mind. On the other hand, David and the two female bodyguard were fighting too fast. "Leona, Nora, stop. He's saving me," Emma yelled. Hearing her yell, David stopped the spirit arrow, and the two female bodyguards stopped rushing forward. Before he could explain anything, the audience had already surrounded them, so David quickly said, "Let's rush out together. We'll cover them." The two female bodyguards, Leona and Nora, did not hesitate. They immediately protected David and Emma in the middle and rushed out of the door together. Just as they rushed out of the concert security system was activated, and an ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout the concert. The audience who heard the sirens were all awakened from their madness. Only then did they realize what they had just done. They didn't catch up. David didn't even need to look back. The shadow attendant on top of his head had already seen what happened. He let out a sigh of relief. The reporters who were waiting outside the concert didn't expect to see Emma being carried out by a man. They all pointed their cameras at them. Leona looked around and then at David, who was still carrying Emma, and said softly, "Can you put the young miss down?" "I'm sorry." David also felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly put Emma down. "Thank you," Emma said softly. "Emma, may I know why you're being carried out?" A reporter asked first. "Can you tell us your name?" A reporter asked David, "What happened at the concert?" "Emma, are you in love with him?" "Emma, how long have you two known each other?" Most of the questions were asked to Emma. Influenced by Emma, David was also constantly questioned by the reporters. "Sir, don't talk. We'll take care of these things. Let's leave first." Leona was afraid that David would talk nonsense and reminded him softly. Leona and Nora pushed away the approaching reporters. A hover car flew over. It was David's hover car. In Non City, His hover car had unparalleled priority. So when David and Emma walked out of the concert together, David's hover car was the first to arrive. The car door opened automatically. The two female bodyguards didn't care if it was their hover car or not. They wanted to make sure that Emma left quickly to reduce the impact of this incident. David didn't even get into the driver's seat. Nora was one step faster than him and jumped into the driver's seat. Under the questioning of the reporters, Leona helped Emma into the hover car. David also got into the hover car. Finally, Leona pushed away the approaching reporters and entered the hover car, closing the door. The hover car lifted off the ground and nimbly avoided the reporters, speeding away from the scene. A reporter quietly came to the side of a policeman. After looking around and making sure that no one was paying attention to him, he gently touched the policeman. "Whose hover car was that?" the reporter asked softly. He was afraid that the policeman wouldn't tell the truth, so he continued, "I bought it with the old price. You better not ask. We're old friends, so we're reminding you," the policeman said in a low voice. The supercar that had driven directly into the scene was so eye-catching that the policeman had already noticed it. They also knew who the hover car belonged to. It was precisely because they knew the result that the policeman had warned the inquisitive reporter. The reporter was also very experienced. When he heard the policeman's words, he understood that the other party had a very powerful background. He immediately lowered his head and pretended to leave the policeman's side casually. "Sir, thank you for saving the young miss. We'll repay you." Leona looked at the ridiculously young David in front of her and said gratefully. Although David's strength was beyond her expectations, she had seen too many geniuses by Emma's side. A genius like David wasn't worthy of her attention. If David hadn't stepped in to save Emma, which was equivalent to doing her a great favor, she wouldn't have said that. "It's nothing. I just did it casually." David waved his hand in response. He had benefited a lot from the mental fusion with Emma, so how could he not do his best to help her when she was in danger? "Leona, are you and Nuala okay?" Emma asked with concern in her eyes. She only knew that David had fought with the two female bodyguards for a short period of time. It was only now that she saw Leona's pale face and blood at the corner of her mouth. She couldn't see Nuala's face, but she could see that she was exhausted. "This is very powerful. Nuala and I couldn't hurt him even after using our secret techniques. Nuala and I are only suffering from the after effects of using our secret techniques. We'll be fine after some rest," Leona replied respectfully. Emma was relieved. She secretly looked at David. At such a close distance, she could see David's face more clearly. A strange sense of intimacy rose in her heart. This was the result of the spiritual fusion. At the same time, it also affected Emma's view of David. Emma wanted to ask David's name, but she couldn't because she was shy. "Sir, may I know your name?" Leona asked David as if she knew what Emma was thinking. Of course, Leona didn't know what Emma was thinking. She just wanted to make it easier to contact David so that she could thank David after the incident. "My name is David Kerr." David introduced himself. Then he pointed outside and asked, "Where do you want to get off? I still have friends at the concert." Emma secretly remembered the name David Kerr. She wanted to ask David about the spiritual fusion at the concert, but she felt that the occasion wasn't right. She was also embarrassed to let the bodyguards know about the spiritual fusion. Leona heard David's answer and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. David's attitude didn't have any intention of relying on them. Instead, he didn't care about Emma. "We are staying at the Titan Hotel. When we get there, we can meet up with the others," Leona replied with a smile. David nodded and didn't say anything else. To be honest, whether it was in his previous life or this life, David had never been so close to such a beautiful woman. This made him feel a little restrained. His five senses, which had been strengthened multiple times, could clearly pick up the scent of Emma's body. It was a faint floral scent. Smelling this fragrance, David couldn't help but think of the spiritual fusion before. He thought of the physical contact when he rescued Emma. This made David even more uncomfortable. "Mr. David, I apologize for our actions just now." Leona also felt that the atmosphere in the car was a little strange. She hurriedly spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "I was wrong too. I thought you were people who wanted to harm us, David said with a wave of his hand. When Emma heard David say the word us, the blush that had disappeared from her face reappeared. A trace of sweetness rose in her heart. She had never felt this way before, and her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Whether it was David or Leona in this small space, their senses were extremely sharp. Both of them felt the change in Emma. The hover car once again fell into a strange atmosphere. Leona didn't say anything. She didn't know what Emma was thinking, so she didn't want to disturb the atmosphere in the car. The quiet atmosphere ended when David's identity bracelet vibrated. David saw that it was a communication request from Myron. David, you were so cool just now. We were all stunned. Myron's voice sounded in the hover car. He continued, but where did you go? You didn't leave us behind after saving the damsel in distress, did you? David was speechless for a moment. He glanced at Emma with an embarrassed expression, cursing Myron in his heart. Heavens, you didn't say anything because I guessed correctly? As if sensing something, Myron exclaimed. He then continued, we'll play outside for a while, and then we'll find a way back. You don't need to pick us up. After Myron finished speaking, he disconnected the call. David stared blankly at his identity bracelet. During the entire conversation, David didn't say a word. Myron ended it all by himself. Emma covered her mouth with her slender hand and couldn't help but giggle. He's a good friend of mine. He often speaks without thinking. Don't mind him, David explained awkwardly. I think it's good to have a friend like him. Emma replied softly. Emma's voice was very soft. Although it wasn't as attractive as when she used her spiritual power to sing, her voice was still the most beautiful voice David had ever heard. After Emma and David exchanged words for the first time, the invisible barrier between the two of them disappeared in an instant. Yeah, it's not easy to make a true friend. David nodded in agreement with Emma's words. I haven't thanked you personally yet. Thank you for risking your life to save me. Emma bowed her head slightly. Actually, I have to thank you too. David hurriedly returned the bow. As soon as he said this, the two of them were stunned at the same time. They both understood the meaning of this unintentional sentence, and their faces revealed an embarrassed expression. The fusion of spiritual power was equivalent to the intimate contact of two souls. Emma felt the vastness of David's spiritual power during the fusion of spiritual power, as well as the strange charm of his spiritual power. David also felt Emma's flawless soul during the fusion of spiritual power. That kind of pure, crystal-like soul also attracted David. As two people with strong spiritual power, their powerful spiritual power allowed them to feel the spiritual power of others. It was difficult for some people who had other thoughts to become friends with them. And if they wanted to become closer than friends, it was even more difficult to find. Of course, David and Emma hadn't reached that step yet. Right now, they just wanted to understand each other. Can we exchange contact numbers? David asked aloud. Leona wanted to refuse because Emma's contact number wouldn't be given to outsiders. Usually, if they needed to contact Emma, they would contact Emma's manager. If they had a better relationship, they would contact them through their two bodyguards. Sure. Without waiting for Leona to refuse, Emma opened her bracelet first and said, David and Emma exchanged contact numbers, and they could contact each other now. Can we exchange spiritual power in the future? David thought of Emma's exquisite spiritual power application and asked. Okay. Emma nodded and said, but soon she said with some disappointment, but I'm leaving Nan City tomorrow. I'll be on Lunka Planet most of the time. That's great, David said in surprise. Emma stared at David with her eyes wide open, not understanding why he said that. I'm about to take the college entrance exam. The school I want to go to is on Lunka Planet, David explained with a smile. Which school do you want to go to? I'm very familiar with Lunka Planet. Emma was also very happy and said with a light smile. As they conversed, something called fate arose in their hearts. In a vast interstellar federation, the two met in Na and City on Boulder Planet, and they would meet again on Lunka Planet. Moreover, they might be on the same planet for a long time. I want to go to Audiobook First School. When David said the name of the school, There wasn't a trace of arrogance or flaunting. There was only calmness, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Arya First School. What a coincidence. My home is in Kia City. Emma was even more surprised. David was also very surprised. He originally thought that it was fate that they were on the same planet, but now he found out that they would be in the same city. When you get to Kia City, I'll show you around. The scenery there is very beautiful. After talking for a long time, Emma was also a little more relaxed and took the initiative to invite him. It's a pity that you're leaving tomorrow. Otherwise, I can show you around Nan City. Nan City is the most beautiful city on Boulder Planet, David said with a smile. Leona, who was sitting next to the two, looked at Emma and then at David, wondering if she should report this matter. Chapter 205. The sound of nature, the singing voice blessed by the heavens. The audience at Emma's concert lost their composure. The next morning, after David finished his cultivation, he rarely paid attention to the news and saw some reports. This was the most peaceful one among them. Emma's concert audience goes crazy. Emma leaves under the protection of a mysterious man. Emma's concert boyfriend appears. Emma's relationship exposed. Who is her boyfriend? In a series of news, David was surprised to find that there was no report on the audience attacking Emma. It was directly covered up. In these seemingly shocking news, all the words were used very carefully. There was not a single report that was slightly over the top. Even the common conjectures of entertainment reporters did not appear. Looking at these news reports, especially Emma's beautiful face, David's face revealed a smile. He guided his spirit slightly, just like in a concert, and spread his spirit upwards. Although it could only cover a range of 5 meters around his body, this was the first time he actively spread his spirit outside of his body. This was the benefit of Emma's 20 songs. Of course, the range of 5 meters was still incomparable to the range of 20,000 people at Emma's concert when she sang. David's method of using his spirit was still very primitive. After interacting with Emma's spirit many times, David had mastered the ability to spread his spirit outside of his body. Although the crystal meditation technique could increase one's spirit, it did not have the application skills of the spirit. This was related to David's lack of a systematic inheritance. Spirit training and physical training were different inheritance systems. David's knowledge of the spirit was still very lacking. Within a range of 5 meters, even the dust floating in the air was clearly perceived by him, as if he was using his eyes to see. In just a moment, he felt that his spirit was not enough and quickly retracted the spirit that he had spread out. What a useless ability, David said helplessly as he shook his head. David, I've disturbed you for so many days. Let's meet again when you return to Parent City, Myron said to David with a smile. Jim, Daly, and Quincy had finished packing their luggage. They smiled and said goodbye to David. We'll say goodbye when we get to the space station, David said as he drove the hover car from the garage to the entrance. Who knows when we'll meet again? Jim said softly after the hover car started moving. There was a moment of silence in the hover car. After this separation, David would be heading to the first academy of Lydia. Myron and Quincy would enter the non-university, and Jim and Daly would join the army. Who knew how long it would take for them to meet again in the future? Or perhaps it would be impossible for them to meet again. The universe was vast, and as they grew older, their abilities would change, and their locations would be completely different. Just like now, David was the strongest among his friends. He came in city early and became a transcended disciple. No matter where we are in the future, we will always be friends, David said with a smile. That's right, we're all friends, several people said loudly. When they parted at the first space station, they didn't show any signs of sadness. Instead, they said goodbye happily. David watched his friends enter the ticket gate. He didn't leave, but instead watched his friend Sky Patrol soar into the sky. Just as David was about to walk out of the first space station, he heard a surprised and gentle voice. David turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Emma being protected by several people. Although Emma was wearing a hat and a mask, David didn't recognize her because of Leona and Nora beside her. He could recognize Emma just by looking at her beautiful eyes. Hello. David was very surprised to see Emma here. He greeted her with a smile. Thank you for seeing me off. Emma walked to David's side and looked at David. David looked at Emma's happy eyes and didn't want to explain for a moment. Mr. David, I'm Emma's agent, Lucia. A woman in her 30s followed behind Emma. She was obviously a business elite. She stood between Emma and David and introduced herself with a professional smile. Hello. David nodded in response. I already know about your heroic rescue of Emma. Originally, I wanted to transfer the reward to you when we return. Since we've met, I'll give it to you directly, Lucia said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she immediately opened her ID bracelet and opened a payment page. As long as David connected his ID bracelet, she could transfer credits to David's ID bracelet. Miss Lucia, I think you've misunderstood something. I don't need any reward, David said in a deep voice. Mr. David, you should accept it. This way we'll be even. Lucia continued to insist. Emma, I'll leave first. Let's keep in touch in the future. David ignored Lucia and waved to Emma behind her. Emma obviously wanted to talk more with David. However, she had only stayed for a while before someone noticed the situation here. If she stayed any longer, she would probably be recognized. That would be very troublesome. You must keep in touch, Emma said softly. When David heard Emma's words, the displeasure on his face disappeared. He smiled and nodded to Emma before turning to leave. Emma, did you exchange contact numbers with him? Lucia asked Emma as she watched David leave. Sister Lucia, this is my private matter, Emma said in a rare, serious tone. Looking at Emma's expression, Lucia was shocked. She knew Emma's character. With Emma's current behavior, it meant that David was definitely not an ordinary friend in Emma's heart. Not to mention, Emma had never had any friends of the opposite sex. With a strong background, Emma's career as a singer was smooth and smooth. Emma, you're not an ordinary person. People like David can't be friends with you, Lucia advised softly. You don't understand David. He's not an ordinary person, Emma said with certainty. Being able to fuse psychic release with her mind and enhance the effect of her singing, being able to set the best university in the Iridia star zone as his goal, and being able to fight two peak elite Kaji without being at a disadvantage for a short period of time. All of these prove that David was not an ordinary person. Lucia did not say anything else. She decided to slowly persuade David in the future. She believed that Emma would slowly forget about David after leaving the monolith star. David walked out of the first space station. He looked at the sky and could not help but shake his head and laugh. Why would he be angry with the people around Emma? In the past, he was only interested in going to the first college of Iridia to become stronger. Now, he had a new motivation. Time passed day by day. David's strength was steadily increasing. On the 3rd of April, the Transcendent Galen returned to Non-City. David received a summons from the Transcendent Galen. David walked into the room and saw the Transcendent Galen sitting on the sofa making tea. He bowed and greeted, Uncle Galen, come and sit down. The Transcendent Galen said with a smile as he continued what he was doing. David saw the green leaves in the Transcendent Galen's teacup. They looked a little like tea leaves from his previous life. This is the Billuo leaf I brought back from the Lunka Star. It has the effect of calming the mind. Come and try it. Galen smiled as he pushed a cup of Billuo leaf in front of David. Uncle Galen, you went to the Lunka Star? David did not drink the water. Instead, he asked emotionally. He knew very well why the Transcendent Galen went to the Lunka Star at a time like this. It was to get him into the first college of Iridia. With your strength, getting into the first college of Iridia shouldn't be a problem. I'm just going to see an old friend and ask him to take care of me, the Transcendent Galen said casually. David was very touched. It was an extremely long distance, and he had to go through the barrier of the war zone. The Transcendent Galen scanned David's body and said, Your strength is increasing very quickly. You have to be careful. Don't just focus on increasing your strength. You must have a solid foundation. Although you can take strengthening potions when you reach the Kaji level, the increase in strength is not as stable as the increase in strength through cultivation. He had not left Non-City for long, but David's strength had already stabilized at the intermediate Kaji level. This kind of speed of improvement made him feel shocked. He was afraid that David did not know the importance of a strong foundation and only wanted to increase his strength by consuming strengthening potions. The strengthening potions could indeed increase strength quickly, but any Kaji who wanted to increase their strength would not consume strengthening potions because it would increase the difficulty of becoming a transcendent. Of course, it was not that the strengthening potions could not be used, but there had to be a controlled interval between the potions to minimize the impact on the transcendent level. These were the conclusions that had been drawn from countless years of data analysis of countless armored soldiers. The transcendent Galen did not expect David to increase his strength so quickly. He did not mention anything about it before. I have not consumed strengthening potions. I eat a portion of level 1 strengthened meat every day, and I practice the advanced Kaji body technique. After a while, David told him about mastering the advanced Kaji body technique. You have mastered the advanced Kaji body technique. The transcendent Galen looked at David in shock and asked in disbelief. The advanced Kaji body technique was in the armory, but the reason it was called the advanced Kaji body technique was because it could only be practiced by an advanced Kaji. Even among the advanced Kaji, there were very few Kaji who could practice it. Not only did it require resources, but it also required the corresponding talent and the ability to endure the unbearable torture. Yes, I practice the advanced Kaji body technique every day. David replied with certainty. David, you don't have to work so hard. Your strength is already very rare among your peers. The transcendent Galen advised softly. He did not expect that he would one day advise his disciple not to work so hard. When he thought about David and Furnace, he had the urge to capture Furnace and watch how David trained. Uncle Galen, my foundation is not good. If I don't work hard, it will be very difficult for me to catch up to those geniuses who have had resources since young. David said with a smile. His gaze was no longer on the monolith star. Through his recent understanding, he knew how vast the Iridia star system was. It was not something the barren monolith star system could compare to. The Iridia star region had better resources and better education, so it was easier to nurture super geniuses. David did not dare to slack off in the slightest. In the near future, I will prepare a batch of level 2 strengthened meat for you. Consider it a reward for your hard work. The transcendent Galen did not try to persuade him anymore. He thought for a while and said, David's current training had exceeded the training plan he had prepared for David. In his training plan, he only asked for David to stabilize his strength at the beginner Kaji level before he went to the first college of Iridia. However, David had entered the intermediate Kaji level a year earlier than he had expected. Since David was working so hard, as his teacher, he had to provide the best conditions for David. Thank you, Uncle Galen. David was overjoyed. He could not buy level 2 strengthened meat, even if he wanted to. Among my few disciples, Blake failed to advance and will waste at least 10 years. It will be more difficult for him to advance next time. Furnace has an impulsive personality. I only hope that he can grow faster. Helena's strength has reached the pinnacle, but the natural constitution of a female Kaji make her chances of becoming a transcendent very small. Among all my disciples, you have the highest talent and have the highest chance of becoming a transcendent. It is normal for me to give you more resources. The transcendent Galen said with a smile. Uncle Galen, I have an item that can increase the chances of becoming a transcendent. Because there are some problems with the way I obtained it, I want to give it to you for distribution. David said as he placed a sealed box that he had prepared long ago on the table. The transcendent Galen looked at the sealed box on the table and did not take it. Instead, he asked, You have a resource that can increase the chances of becoming a transcendent. Don't you want to keep it for yourself? That, David scratched his head and said, This is extra. The transcendent Galen looked at David speechlessly. Since when were there extra treasures that could increase the chances of becoming a transcendent? He was also a little curious about what kind of treasure it was. Since David said that it was extra, he did not insist and opened the sealed box. A fiery red light flashed out of the box and lit up the entire room. Pa! Along with the sound of the lid of the box being closed, the fiery red light disappeared. The transcendent Galen asked seriously, David, I won't ask about the origin of this thing. Are you sure you want to keep it for yourself? With just a glance, he recognized what this treasure was. At the same time, he thought about Scholar Gerald's research on the sixth Boulder resource planet. Wasn't it to research and cultivate the Hunter Mantis King? Needless to say, this Hunter Mantis King core was obtained from that research facility. Thinking about the video that had spread across several star fields, it was probably related to David. David confirmed again, I kept a copy. The transcendent Galen tapped his finger on the table and said in a deep voice, I obtained this Hunter Mantis King core after killing it. There is only one. I will give this Hunter Mantis King core to Helena. She will not know that this Hunter Mantis King core is related to you. David smiled. Just as he thought, the transcendent Galen had covered everything for him. This was also why he dared to take out the Hunter Mantis King core. He trusted the transcendent Galen. He felt fatherly love from the transcendent Galen. If he did not take out the Hunter Mantis King core, David would not dare to sell in private. However, if he took it out, it would increase the chances of his fellow disciples becoming a transcendent. This was the trust between him and the transcendent Galen. Chapter 206. Father, David called out in surprise when he saw Hans at the door. Hans was standing straight in front of the villa. His prosthetic limbs did not affect his military style, even though he had left the army a long time ago. You're leaving planet Monolith soon. I brought you some clothes, Hans said as he lifted the luggage beside him. David quickly took the luggage and invited Hans into the villa. He knew that Hans had specially come to see him before he left planet Monolith. The so-called bringing some clothes was just an excuse. The Galen Transcendent had arranged his student status on planet Lunka. David needed to go to a private high school there before the college entrance exam. He would attend a few classes there before taking the college entrance exam. This was also the most effortless way. If David took the college entrance exam on planet Monolith and entered the first college of Iridia, there would be a lot of trouble. The Galen Transcendent found a friend on planet Lunka and settled all the procedures. Today was the 10th of May. In 3 days, David would have to leave for planet Lunka. David was very happy that his father, Hans, had come to send him off. I heard that you become an intermediate Kaji. I'm proud of you, Hans said with a smile as soon as he sat down. Hans was very satisfied with his son, who had suddenly improved. David took a glass of water from the AI butler, Emma, and handed it to Hans with a smile. Father, that's because Uncle Galen provided me with the best resources. I now have a serving of level 2 strengthened meat every day. You have to be grateful to Galen. Hans knew how hard it was to get level 2 strengthened meat. David nodded. There were not many elders that he was grateful to. Hans and Galen were the most important. I still have some credits here. Take it. Hans used his ID bracelet to transfer 200,000 credits to David. He then said with some embarrassment, That's all I have. David did not feel that the credits were too little. Although Hans helped to manage the hotel on a daily basis, he only received the salary he deserved. Hans also knew that it was impossible for David to accept the credits he transferred from the West Hotel. That was the wealth that belonged to David's stepmother, Bertha, and also belonged to little David. These 200,000 credits were all of Hans's salary and savings. Thank you, Father. David didn't decline and accepted it with a smile. Although the amount of credits was not much, it was a form of fatherly love. David felt very warm. Don't make enemies when you're out there. It's not like planet Monolith. Galen and I can't take care of you, Hans said worriedly. David nodded. Although you've become Kaji, you still have to be careful when you wear clothes. Don't catch a cold, Hans continued. David also continued to nod. You have to eat on time and train moderately. I heard from Galen that you're working too hard. Don't ruin your body. Hans didn't look like a war hero at all. He was a Nation Knight title holder. He repeatedly reminded him in detail about everything from his daily life to his studies. David wasn't impatient at all. The feeling of being cared for made him very happy. "David, what's up with Emma? Are you guys really in love?" Just when David thought that he was almost done, Hans suddenly changed the topic and asked. Hearing this question, David was stunned at first. Then, his face flushed red. "Haha, it seems like you have someone you like. If you like her, go after her. Emma is a star of the Federation, but you're not bad either. You're the #1 genius of Planet Monolith," Hans said with a laugh when he saw David's expression. The video and photos of David carrying Emma out of the concert were the most eye-catching news on Planet Monolith for many days. Hans obviously saw it too. Emma was very famous and had a good reputation. Hans naturally hoped that David could find a girlfriend like her. While David and Hans were talking, a slender black spaceship in space was heading toward Planet Monolith. There was a strange logo on the spaceship. It was the logo of Transcendent. It was a spaceship dedicated to Transcendent. In a huge spaceship, other than the 10 crew members, there were 4 young and beautiful maids, 2 top chefs, and a butler. Everyone was serving the owner of the spaceship, Transcendent Castle. "How long until we reach Planet Monolith?" Transcendent Castle asked the butler. Transcendent Castle looked to be in his 50s, but his voice was older than his age. "Sir, we'll reach Planet Monolith in 5 hours." The butler replied respectfully. "Arrange for a small landing spaceship. Don't enter Planet Monolith's surveillance range. I want to enter Planet Monolith alone," Transcendent Castle ordered. "Yes, sir," the butler replied without any hesitation. Transcendent Castle looked at the agreement in front of him. It was a rare paper agreement. "The Transcendents of the Monolith Star are too united. I can't let them know that I've come to the Monolith Star. After I capture the mission target, I'll return immediately." Transcendental Castle seemed to be explaining and mumbling to himself. He had come from Planet Warstar and accepted a rather dishonorable agreement. This agreement had him on one side and a knight of the great world of God on Planet Warstar on the other side. The mission was very simple. Bring back the young Kaji named David Kerr alive and complete the mission. However, the location of the mission was Planet Monolith, which made Transcendent Castle a little worried. The Transcendent of Planet Monolith was very troublesome. They were not particularly strong, but if one was provoked, all the other Transcendent would attack together. Transcendent Castle saw the reward that Knight was willing to give and immediately decided to take the risk. In reality, it was not really a risk. As long as he snuck in, Transcendent Castle could easily deal with a Kaji, even if it was a peak Kaji. 10 bottles of holy water of youth. How did this David offend someone? Transcendent Castle looked at the reward on the agreement in his hand and could not help but wonder. Transcendent Castle had a longer lifespan than normal people. Normally, they could live up to 300 years, but Transcendent Castle had been heavily injured a long time ago and his foundation had been damaged. He was also 150 years old, so his lifespan was far from reaching 300 years. Transcendent Castle had no choice but to consider the problem of his lifespan. It was also at this time that the Knight of the Great World of God proposed this deal to him, which he could not help but be tempted. "Sir, we're at the closest point to Planet Monolith without being discovered," the butler softly reminded. "Stop here and wait for me." Transcendent Castle stood up and ordered. He walked toward the landing ship. This was a single-person landing ship. It had an anti-scanning coating on its surface and was very small. It was the best way to break through Skynet. Transcendent Castle's single-person landing ship was more advanced and more expensive than the personal spacecrafts used by interstellar mercenaries. Transcendent Castle activated the single-person landing ship and separated from the main ship. The main ship was already stationary in space. The single-person landing ship immediately accelerated and flew toward Planet Monolith as soon as it separated from the main ship. David did not know that Transcendent Castle had come to capture him. He was currently having a meal with Hans. Transcendent Castle's landing location was just outside Non-City. He wore clothes that could cover his face and change his identity bracelet to another identity. To the majority of people, it wasn't easy to obtain another identity. However, Transcendence had some special privileges. Transcendental Castle's ordinary identity was legal, and at the same time, he wouldn't be recorded as a transcendent. This identity was only to reduce Transcendent Castle's troubles and to hide his identity, because any Transcendent Castle would receive the attention of many forces. They might have requests, befriended, invited, monitored, etc. So, Transcendent Castle would usually use the power in his hands to get a few secret identities. Transcendent Castle smoothly used this identity to enter Non-City. This identity had level E authority and was not special at all. It did not even attract the attention of Skynet. After entering Non-City, Transcendent Castle boarded a public hover car and marked the address of David's villa as the destination. The great world of God's intelligence organization actually infiltrated here. Transcendent Castle muttered to himself, but he had no intention of getting involved in this matter. The great world of God's intelligence organization had nothing to do with him. He might even get some benefits. In any case, even if he handed over the information of the great world of God's intelligence organization infiltration, there would not be many benefits. The intelligence organization here had been eliminated, and new intelligence personnel would quickly fill in. The Interstellar Federation and the great world of God had been cooperating for countless years. At the same time, they had also infiltrated each other's intelligence organizations. This was practically an open secret. It was very troublesome for the Interstellar Federation to send intelligence personnel to the great world of God. On the other hand, it was easier for the great world of God to send intelligence personnel to the Interstellar Federation. The great world of God was more closed, while the Interstellar Federation was more open and free. This made it easier for the great world of God to plan intelligence personnel. The location of David's villa was confirmed by these intelligence personnel after a long period of searching. It must be known that David's villa used to be the property of Garen Transcendent, so its confidentiality level was very high. Transcendent Castle got off the public hover car and looked at the villa in front of him. Without any hesitation, he walked straight to the door. David heard the doorbell ring. He casually opened his ID bracelet and saw the person standing outside. Even his head was covered, and he could not see his face clearly. He could not help but feel strange. However, people who knew about this villa were at least close friends of his. "Father, I'll go open the door. It might be a delivery." David stood up and said to Hans on the other side of the dining table. According to his guess, it was very likely that one of his friends knew that he was going to leave and sent someone to deliver a gift. In addition, his mind did not give any warning of danger, so he could not help but be a little careless. David reached out to open the door. He saw the person outside raise his head. David saw a smiling face, but there was no emotion in that smile. His mind, which had been quiet all this time, was now frantically sending out alarms. A feeling of extreme danger arose. David exerted force in his legs, and his body retreated. He also activated his extreme speed, and his retreat was as fast as lightning. "Father, hurry and leave. Leave through the back door." As he retreated, he did not forget to remind Hans. Transcendent Castle took a step forward. His entire body was covered in tight armor. Of course, this tight armor was all inside his clothes and could not be seen from the outside. Transcendent Castle had not thought of using his transcendent armor before. In his view, capturing the intermediate Kaji would be a piece of cake. Being on Warstar all year round allowed him to perfectly conceal his aura, including his intention to attack. It would only leak out the moment he attacked, which was why David's mind had not sensed anything before. David's reaction and speed exceeded Transcendent Castle's expectations. Transcendent Castle had a wealth of combat experience and activated the Transcendent armor without much thought. Thus, even though David's retreating speed was extremely fast, exceeding the maximum speed of a peak Kaji, it was still incomparable to Transcendent Castle's speed. Transcendent Castle took a single step and arrived in front of David, reaching out to grab him. David did not have a weapon in his hand. He did not even have a rank 2 military knife because he was at home. However, He would not give up without a fight. He activated his 23% proficiency in unarmed combat. In a situation where both sides were unarmed, he was not afraid of unarmed melee combat. Transcendent Castle's hand missed. His lightning-fast grab was blocked by David's sidestep in close combat. After successfully dodging the grab, David even launched a counterattack. Even though he did not use his full strength in this attack, Transcendent Castle's casual grab was not something an ordinary Kaji could dodge. David did not know his opponent's strength. After dodging the grab, he advanced instead of retreating, getting closer to Transcendent Castle. His hands clenched into fists and struck Transcendent Castle's ribs and abdomen several times. David's strength of more than 1,400 kilograms gave him absolute confidence in his attacks. Even if a piece of metal was in front of him, he would still be able to leave a mark on it. However, as soon as his combo ended, an intense pain came from his hands. His fists quickly swelled up, and even the bones in his hands cracked. Just as he was stunned by the pain, Transcendent Castle attacked again. This time, Transcendent Castle was more serious, and his hands were faster, grabbing David's neck. David felt a powerful force come from his neck. He could not use any of his strength, as if some special power had sealed it. David! Hans saw that David had been grabbed and yelled as he rushed over. Transcendent Castle frowned, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he prepared to kill this hindrance. But when his eyes swept over Hans's chest, he noticed the State Knight insignia and couldn't help but retract his killing intent. Killing a normal person, or even Kaji, was not a big deal for Transcendent Castle, but since he dared to kill a State Knight, he had to consider the consequences. He had not completely hidden his identity. As long as the matter was investigated, the identity he had used could be easily discovered. At that time, even if he was Transcendent Castle, he would not be able to escape the judgment of the law. In particular, if Warstar found out about this, his many years of service on Warstar, his benefits, and everything else would be taken back. Thus, Transcendent Castle only lightly cut Hans's neck, causing Hans to fall unconscious. Chapter 207. David watched helplessly as his father, Hans, collapsed. He wanted to scream, but the hand that grabbed his neck contained a special power that made him unable to do anything other than think. Helpless, he could only split a bit of his consciousness into the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant flew to Hans's side and found that Hans had only fainted. Only then did David feel relieved. When Hans collapsed, he didn't care about his own safety. The only thing he was worried about was his father, Hans. I didn't expect him to be a nation knight. Transcendent Castle's old voice sounded. David wanted to speak, but he couldn't do it at all. Transcendent Castle glanced around the room, then turned around and left with David without any hesitation. He didn't seem to be moving fast, but he returned to the public hover car in just a few steps. The public hover car started and flew out of the city. The incident in David's villa happened indoors, so Skynet didn't discover it immediately. However, the security system in David's villa immediately sent out an alarm to the outside world. Something happened to little brother. Helena was training with the Kaji from the Secret Service team in the training room when she received the alarm from the villa. She was shocked. She grabbed her exoskeleton armor and second-grade war hammer and rushed out. When she knew that Galen Transcendent valued David, Helena had set David's safety as a special concern, so she received the alarm immediately. The hover car soared into the sky, and the flashing police lights on the roof reflected Helena's current mood. Sitting in the hover car, she turned on the villa's alarm system. When the AI butler Emma sent out the alarm, she also sent out the video of the incident. At this moment, Helena was watching this video. It showed the entire process from when David opened the door to when Hans was knocked unconscious and when Transcendent Castle took David away. So powerful. Helena couldn't help but exclaim when she saw that David was easily subdued by his opponent after using all his strength to counterattack. She was very clear about how strong David was, especially when David made the best choice to engage in a close-range attack under the enemy's rapid grasp. However, even though David had clearly hit the enemy acted as if nothing had happened and caught David in even faster speed. This showed how strong the enemy was. Even Helena, who was at the pinnacle, couldn't do that. Helena instantly guessed something. She pulled on her ID bracelet and the video enlarged. Then, she cut off the video and zoomed in on Transcendent Castle's entire body the moment he attacked for the second time. Although Transcendent Cather's entire body was wrapped in clothes, his hands were exposed. It was a pair of hands glowing with a faint blue light. Within the faint blue light, there were also streaks of green light. Transcendent, Helena muttered to herself. There's almost no need for comparison. Helena was sure that this wasn't a Transcendent from planet Monolith. She was very familiar with the 6 Transcendent from planet Monolith. Just by looking at their figures, she could tell that they were completely different. Besides, how could a Transcendent from planet Monolith attack David? Helena's finger quickly entered a string of passwords on her ID bracelet, and a special program was activated. The 4 Transcendent at home in Non-City, as well as the Transcendent Barkle who was in a military camp hundreds of kilometers away, all received an urgent message at the same time. The only one who didn't receive the message was the Transcendent Hadley of the Non-Chamber of Commerce. Hadley wasn't on planet Monolith at the moment. Galen Transcendent, who was sitting in his office, saw the message. He also saw the video that was sent along with the message and the details of the Transcendent's hands enlarged. He stood up abruptly from his chair. As he exerted force in his legs, his entire body was wrapped in Transcendent armor, and he rushed out of the top floor of the government building. The Transcendent armor's energy surged, and the Transcendent Galen's body flew in the direction of David's villa. At the same time, the other 3 Transcendent also wore Transcendent armor and flew in the same direction. Even the Transcendent Barkle, who was far away in the military camp, flew out of the military camp and returned to Non-City at the fastest speed possible. Damn it! How can these Transcendent react so quickly? The Transcendent Cather looked up and saw a few figures in the sky outside the car window. He couldn't help but curse softly. The Transcendent rarely flew in public because it consumed the Transcendent's Transcendent power. Unless there was an emergency, very few Transcendent would waste Transcendent power without restraint. The Transcendent armor saved a lot of Transcendent power in flight, but the Transcendent power's growth was difficult, so the Transcendent was extremely frugal with the consumption of Transcendent power. Now, the Transcendent of Non-City had mobilized all of its forces for Kaji. The Transcendent Cather looked at David, who was restrained by him, his eyes full of probing. He didn't do any research before capturing Emir Kaji. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Kaji was, he was still an ant-like existence to the Transcendent. In the eyes of the Transcendent Cather, this mission was more about time spent in space flight. I have to speed up. The Transcendent Cather operated the public hover car and increased the speed to the limits set by his current identity authority. The Transcendent Galen arrived at the villa even faster than Helena and saw Hans lying on the ground as soon as he entered the door. Hans! The Transcendent Galen's figure flashed and appeared beside Hans. He released a trace of Transcendent power and felt relieved after sensing Hans's condition. 10 seconds after the Transcendent Galen's arrival, the Transcendent Mervyn and Daryl Transcendent of the Kaji Association and the military's Alvin Transcendent also arrived. A series of orders were issued from the villa, and the entire Non-City was mobilized. Skynet's resources were forcibly mobilized to analyze every stranger in Non-City. David's identity bracelet was also locating him, but the location was affected and couldn't be found in a short period of time. Galen, I'll leave David to you. Hans, who had just woken up, didn't look anxious. Instead, his eyes flashed with awe as he spoke in a deep voice. David is my nephew. I won't let anything happen to him. The Transcendent Galen nodded and said. Looking at the situation at the scene, this Transcendent didn't want to kill David, but capture him alive. David will be fine in a short period of time. The Transcendent Alvin closed the video in his hand and said, "The Transcendent sneaked in a non-city and captured Galen's disciple. This is a slap to our face." The Transcendent Daryl also said with a gloomy expression, "We can only wait now. All the forces in non-city have been mobilized, and Skynet is also doing its best to find this Transcendent. I believe there will be a result soon." The Transcendent Mervyn said in a deep voice, "Beep, beep, beep." The identity bracelets of several Transcendents sounded at the same time. "Found it. It's the Transcendent Castle." The Transcendent Galen looked at the results sent by Skynet on the identity bracelet and said, "I propose to seal off non-city." The Transcendent Alvin also saw the result on the identity bracelet and raised his hand and said, "Since he's here, don't let him go." "I agree." The Transcendent Mervyn also raised his hand and said without hesitation, "The Transcendent Castle, we can't beat him alone, but we can still kill him together. Let him stay." The Transcendent Daryl also raised his hand and said, "I agree too." The Transcendent Galen nodded to the several Transcendent to express his gratitude and also raised his hand and said, "I'll be there in 3 minutes." "I agree too." The Flying Transcendent Barkle sent a message. With the unanimous agreement of the 5 Transcendent, an order was sent out. The alarm of the entire non-city suddenly sounded, and then the energy shield protecting non-city turned from transparent to dangerous red. Everyone who entered and exited non-city received a lockdown message. No matter what identity they had, no one could enter or exit non-city. The opening time had to wait for further notice. It was estimated that only the cities in the war zone could respond like this, and only the people in the war zone could accept this kind of mandatory measure. Although some people complained, the people of non-city could still understand. The public hovercar of the Transcendent Castle had already arrived at the city gate. There, more than 10 police kaji were sealing off the city gate. The thick energy shield of the city gate had long been closed, and the energy weapons were ready to be activated at any time. The Transcendent Castle frowned. The reaction of non-city was too fast, so fast that it was beyond his expectations. "You want to keep me here? You're dreaming." He carried David in one hand, jumped off the public hovercar, and sneered at the city gate. The moment the Transcendent Castle jumped off the public hovercar, the Eye of War in the sky had already noticed him. Because they were afraid of hurting David in the hands of the Transcendent Castle, the Eye of War didn't activate its weapons to attack. Instead, it let out an ear-piercing alarm. Several light pillars projected from the Eye of War revealed the position of the Transcendent Castle. The more than 10 police kaji that sealed off the city gate flew towards the Transcendent Castle. At this time, if the Transcendent Castle fought back, then the situation would reach a point of no return. If the Transcendent Castle dared to publicly kill police kaji in non-city, even if he was the Transcendent, he wouldn't be able to escape the Federation's judgment. Especially now that the commotion was too big, there were already news reports. The Eye of War's light pillars attracted news drones, and the entire area would immediately become a live broadcast. The Transcendent Castle obviously knew this. He wasn't crazy. Capturing one kaji and killing multiple police kaji were 2 completely different crimes. The biggest reason the Transcendent Castle didn't kill Hans before was because he didn't want to get himself into huge trouble because of a mission. He exerted force in his legs, and his body flew into the air with force. David was as light as a feather in his hands. Transcendent. The armored police officer stopped in his tracks and exclaimed in shock as he looked at the Transcendent Cass who was flying into the sky. It was easy to leave the city walls because non-city was a bit special. The energy shield didn't seal off the city walls, but sealed off an area of 100 kilometers outside the city walls. As long as the Transcendent Castle entered the forest outside the city, it wouldn't be easy to find him. It had to be known that outside the city wasn't like inside the city. The sky was filled with Eye of War, and the Transcendent Castle was using special methods to hide, so it was even harder to find him. "Helena, you stay here." Just as Helena got off the Transcendent and entered David's villa, she saw the Transcendent Galen in full armor and the other 4 Transcendent walking out. Galen Transcendent ordered. The 5 Transcendent rushed into the sky as soon as they left the villa and flew toward the location where the Transcendent Castle was found. Only Helena was left looking at them with envy. The 5 Transcendent Castle Transcendent breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Transcendent Castle leave the city. If a Transcendent battle broke out in the city, then the impact would be huge. The Transcendent's destructive power was very likely to cause unnecessary casualties. The Transcendent Castle's flying speed was very fast. When he reached the forest outside the city, he immediately descended and rushed into the forest. Target lost. Scanning. Skynet sent a message to the 5 Transcendent Castles in flight. Sly bastard, Transcendent Galen said through gritted teeth. That's not strange. I just checked the Transcendent Castle's situation. He's one of the frontline fighters on Warstar. If he didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, he wouldn't have been able to survive for so long on Warstar. Transcendent Barkle, who had just arrived, added, That's strange. Why is David Worth, the Transcendent Castle, coming all the way from Warstar to capture him? Transcendent Mervyn asked in confusion. Indeed, no matter how much of a genius David was, he was only a Kaji. The Transcendent Castles couldn't understand why a Kaji would fly all the way from Warstar just to capture David. I know a little about it. David killed someone from a mysterious organization in Parent City. Even after he arrived at Non-City, he was still assassinated by that mysterious organization, Transcendent Galen explained. However, he was thinking about David's holy water of unaging. He guessed that the mysterious organization was most likely the Great World of God's Intelligence Organization. Otherwise, how could they have the holy water of unaging? Just from the 10 bottles of holy water of unaging that David had given to Hans and himself, it was obvious that David had obtained quite a lot of holy water of unaging from a mysterious organization. It was no wonder the mysterious organization kept chasing after David. However, Transcendent Galen hadn't expected the Transcendent to personally make a move. After all, no matter how resourceful the Great World of God's Intelligence Organization was, it would be very difficult for them to mobilize the Transcendent's forces in the Interstellar Federation. Transcendent Alvin was the Transcendent of the military. He was currently mobilizing the military's forces. I have already arranged for 5,000 military drones to enter and search. Find the Transcendent Castle. You must not harm David. He is the Transcendent of our monolith star. Transcendent Mervyn ordered. Of course. Several Transcendent answered at the same time. David was in the hands of Transcendent Castle. His body was scratched by tree branches from time to time. Fortunately, his body was strong enough that these tree branches didn't injure him. Only his clothes were slightly damaged. At this time, David had also stabilized his mind. Since he was already captured, he had to think about how to escape. The most troublesome thing right now was the strange energy in his body that made him unable to move at all. Of course, even if he could move, he still wouldn't be a match for Transcendent Castle. Not to mention the fact that he didn't have any weapons in his hands. Even if he was given a Grade 2 spear, he still wouldn't be able to harm Castle Transcendent. Transcendent Castle also put away his clothes because they were in the way, leaving only the Transcendent armor on his body. This was also David's first time seeing the Transcendent armor at such a close distance. Although he had seen the armor arm when Transcendent Galen attacked, it was only a fleeting glimpse. Chapter 208. Transcendent's Transcendent armor was much tighter than Kaji's exoskeleton armor. From David's point of view, the Transcendent armor was more like it was attached to the skin, revealing the Transcendent's muscles. The Transcendent armor's material was not something the exoskeleton armor could compare to. The most luxurious exoskeleton armor that David had ever seen only used level 2 grade materials to protect the important parts. This was already the limit of what the exoskeleton armor could achieve. Because of its physical characteristics, Level 2 grade materials could not be applied to the entire body of the exoskeleton armor. Of course, no Kaji would be so extravagant as to use level 2 grade materials to create an exoskeleton armor. But the transcendent armor was different. The transcendent armor of the transcendent armor was already considered to be of a higher grade. The transcendent armor surface was mostly blue, but there were many flashes of green within the blue light. This meant that the main body of the transcendent armor was made of level 2 grade materials, and there were also many level 3 grade materials. Not to mention the other effects of the transcendent armor. Just its defense alone was enough to make Kaji, who was wielding a level 2 weapon, helpless. The head of the transcendent armor was covered in a helmet that took up most of the green light. Although David knew that the head was protected even more tightly by level 3 grade materials, he still complained about the color in his heart. The transcendent armor did not fly in the forest anymore. Instead, it ran quickly. In this kind of forest, flying was not as fast as running on the ground. As it ran, the transcendent armor took out a dozen small aircraft from the metal wrist guard on its wrist. The aircrafts then flew in all directions and quickly disappeared. David knew that the metal wrist guard was the Transcendent's space item. The small aircrafts sent out a signal that simulated the information of the Transcendent armor in David's body. This was a method to counter the Skynet. It could make the Skynet unable to accurately pinpoint their location and make the Skynet's scanning ineffective. Transcendent Cather ran for a while and heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Swarm drones. Having worked with the military for many years, he could tell from the sound that it was a reconnaissance drone, and a large number of drones were approaching. Transcendent Castle glanced at David in his hand and thought to himself, what a loss. This time, they had become enemies with the Transcendent of Monolith, as well as with the government and military of Monolith. Everything would be troublesome in the future. Fortunately, as long as he didn't go to the Boulder Star, there wouldn't be any problems. Transcendent Castle took out a small device from the metal wrist guard once again, pressed a button on it, and then threw it on the ground. He sped up and ran. 10 seconds later, the small device exploded. The explosion was not wide, but an invisible electromagnetic shockwave hit all electronic targets within a 5-kilometer radius. This included the dozen or so small aircrafts released by Transcendent Armor, as well as the large number of drones. All of them fell from the sky. Under the Skynet's scanning, the 5-kilometer radius was empty. Damn it, Transcendent Armor actually used the military's electromagnetic bombs. Transcendent Alvin cursed. He also exposed his location. Let's hurry over, Mervyn said in a low voice. The Transcendent here did not split up. Although it would be faster to find the Transcendent Armor that way, a normal Transcendent participating in a battle on Warstar was not something they could handle one-on-one or even one-on-two. Although Transcendent Galen was anxious, he could not suggest splitting up because that would put the Transcendent in danger. David sensed the electromagnetic shock wave sweep past him through the shadow attendant. Electromagnetic shock waves were not harmful to the human body, and when the electromagnetic shock wave swept past the Transcendent Armor on Transcendent Armor, it only caused the light on the Transcendent Armor to flash twice. It did not affect the Transcendent Armor at all. Transcendent Armor casually left marks in the wrong direction as he ran. David was shocked to see this, and he was amazed by the Transcendent Armor's experience. When electronic equipment could not be used to scan, the marks left behind along the way were very important guides. Now that Transcendent Armor was constantly sending out wrong directions, it was even more difficult to track him down. Transcendent Armor did not use any technology. He relied on his experience to judge. After running for 20 minutes, he carried David to a river. Transcendent Armor casually took out a breathing mask from his metal wrist guard and put on David's face before diving into the water. Although this was a man-made environment, the water was very deep, at least 20 meters deep. Transcendent Armor stopped at the bottom of the water with David and hid among the aquatic plants. He was not in a hurry because sealing off a city like this was not a long-term thing. Every minute that passed was a huge loss to Non-City. As long as he could successfully hide for a period of time, the energy shield seal would automatically disappear. Skynet, did you find anything? Transcendent Galen asked in a deep voice. Skynet did not find anything. Skynet quickly responded. We've lost our target. Transcendent armor is too experienced in escaping. Transcendent Mervyn said helplessly as he looked at the useless traces again. They were not good at tracking, and the people who were good at tracking would need some time to arrive. Even if they arrived, they would be helpless against Transcendent armor who wanted to hide. Continue, we must find David. Transcendent Galen punched a tree trunk and said in a deep voice, Galen, we can't keep the city sealed for any longer. We only have half an hour left. Transcendent Alvin reminded, if something happens to David, I will head to Warstar and fight to the death with Transcendent armor. Transcendent Galen said with a crazed look in his eyes. He treated David as his own child and poured all his feelings into him. David was also outstanding enough. However, no matter how much he wanted to find David, he could not go against the law. He hesitated for a moment before connecting to Hans's identity bracelet and explaining the situation. Hans, I'm sorry. I can't find David, but I'm still searching. That Transcendent armor hasn't left Nan City. Is it that Transcendent armor called Armor? Send me his information. Hans's voice was very calm as he said in a deep voice. While the Transcendent armor was still searching, in David's villa, Hans looked at the information on his identity bracelet with hatred in his eyes. I am Hans, and I need to connect to Warstar. He used his identity bracelet to connect to the military's interstellar transmission station. Your identity is currently being verified. Please wait. A beautiful female voice said. 3 seconds later, the female voice spoke again. Esteemed state scholar, Hans, we are currently connecting to Warstar. Hans' identity as a state scholar did not directly bring him money, but it had many hidden benefits. Applications like this to connect to other planets would be approved immediately. When Hans saw the successful connection symbol appear on his identity bracelet, he entered a contact number and waited with a heavy expression. Hans, why did you suddenly think of contacting me? How is your work in life? A dignified voice came from the identity bracelet. General Adams, Hans is doing well. Almost at the same time that he heard this voice, Hans stood up straight and loudly replied, How many years has it been since you contacted me? If you have something to say, just say it. General Adams was in a very good mood when he heard Hans's firm voice and smiled. General Adams, my son David has been captured by Transcendent armor in Nan City on Boulder. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I hope that the general can help me. Hans knew General Adams's temper and directly said, Your son is only in high school, right? General Adams asked curiously. He knew armor from Transcendent armor. Why would such a veteran Transcendent capture a high school student? Yes, General. My son is only 17 and has never left Boulder. Hans immediately replied, Nonsense. Armor is a Transcendent, yet he went to Boulder to capture a student. Where is his dignity? General Adams angrily said, I beg the general to help me. I only want David to be safe. Hans pleaded once more. Hans, you've already asked. How can I not help you? If I don't help, those old brothers won't agree. General Adams loudly said before continuing, Give me 10 minutes and I'll give you the news. Thank you, General. Hans said gratefully. In a steel barracks on Warstar, the 80-year-old General Adams turned off his communicator. On Warstar, the signal from his identity bracelet was too weak, so long-distance communications could only be done through a special communicator. He turned to his adjutant and ordered, Adjutant, immediately retrieve information on Hans Kerr and David Kerr, as well as the most recent report from Transcendent armor. As a commander of Worcester's 1st District, he could not act without principle. If David had made Armor Transcendent act for his own sake, then he would ask Armor Transcendent for forgiveness. But if Armor Transcendent was looking for trouble for no reason, then he would make Armor Transcendent regret it. A minute later, General Adams looked at the information in front of him in shock. I didn't think that Hans' son would inherit his talent. General Adams couldn't help but sigh when he saw that David had already become Kaji and had many dazzling achievements. Hans might have no fighting ability now, but his strength had rapidly increased on Warstar, and his achievements had been dazzling. If it weren't for the fact that Hans had lost his left arm and leg, as well as the severe injuries to his body, his military rank would not have been lower than General Adams. He might even have been able to become a transcendent. During his years on Warstar, Hans had been a sniper Kaji and had saved countless Kajis, causing Hans's network to be terrifyingly large. It was precisely because Hans had saved General Adams that they had become friends. General Adams was sure that Transcendent Armor and David had nothing to do with each other, as it was impossible for their lives to intersect. The only possibility was that Transcendent Armor had taken on a private mission. "Contact Transcendent Armor for me," General Adams sternly ordered. "Yes, General." The adjutant gave the order once more, and after about a minute, the adjutant reported, "General, we can't contact Transcendent Armor." General Adams recalled that Transcendent Armor was currently on Monolith. If he wanted to contact Transcendent Armor, he would have to wait until they boarded the spaceship. "Contact Hans for me," General Adams ordered once more. Soon, the call was connected to Monolith. "General," Hans's powerful voice rang out. "Hans, once I can contact Transcendent Armor, I will personally protect David. Don't worry, nothing will happen," General Adams promised with a smile. "Thank you, General," Hans solemnly replied. "Live well. After I retire, I will go to Monolith to find you," General Adams said with a smile. "I will wait for you," Hans replied. After ending the call, Hans's body could not help but relax. General Adams' promise made him feel much more at ease. It was impossible for Transcendent Armor to not give face to General Adams. Unless Transcendent Armor no longer wanted to be on Warstar. Even then, the military's power was enough to hunt down Transcendent Armor for capturing David. "Galen, I've already contacted General Adams, and he has agreed to help." Hans contacted Transcendent Galen and said, "I almost forgot about your relationship with General Adams. David is fine." Transcendent Galen also relaxed and said with a smile. They all understood that as long as Transcendent Armor did not immediately kill David, then David was basically safe. Transcendent Armor did not know what had happened. He was still waiting at the bottom of the water. 10 minutes later, the red in the sky faded and the energy shield became transparent. In other words, the seal on Nan's city had been lifted. Transcendent Armor looked at the sky with a mocking expression. He looked down on the Transcendent behind him. These Transcendent who relied on large organizations to worship them had long lost their courage. Just by looking at this tracking ability, he could tell that the opponent lacked combat experience. If it wasn't for the fact that Transcendent Armor on Monolith was too united, he could have directly attacked them. Grabbing David, he rushed out of the water and ran in the direction of the single-person boarding ship. When passing through the energy shield, Transcendent Armor changed his identity. David's identity was also hidden by his other identity. This allowed him to easily pass through the energy shield with David. David watched as Transcendent Armor left the vicinity of Na and City. His heart was cold. He did not think that he would be caught by Transcendent Armor in the safest house in Na and City and then taken away from Na and City. He always thought that Na and City was safe, at least on the surface. But in fact, this Transcendent Armor treated Na and City security system as nothing. David did not even have the power to fight back before he was caught. "Kid, you are worth 10 bottles of holy water of youth," Transcendent Armor said to David in a good mood when he saw the hidden single-person boarding ship while carrying David. When David heard about the holy water of youth, he also understood who was after him. Only that mysterious organization could take out 10 bottles of holy water of youth. He thought that the mysterious organization's pursuit of him had ended. He did not think that he would still be caught. Chapter 209. Transcendent Castle threw David onto the ground of the single-person landing ship. This single-person landing ship only had one seat, so of course he couldn't let David sit there. He activated the single-person landing ship, and the ship suddenly shot into the sky. David was slammed into the back of the ship by the sudden momentum, but David was restrained, so he couldn't cry out in pain or struggle. Transcendental Castle didn't pay attention to David. He looked down at Non-City and sneered. The single boarding ship silently left the monolith star and rushed into space. Transcendent Castle set up the flight data, then stood up to observe David. "Kid, I'll let you go. Don't try to resist. It'll make me angry. Although I won't kill you, I'll break your arms and legs." Transcendent Castle said to David in a low voice. He used transcendent power on David, but the transcendent power wasn't something a Kaji like David could withstand for a long time. That might be a big problem if it was prolonged. He didn't want to return with a corpse. Then his mission would fail. Transcendent Castle pressed on David's body and retracted the transcendent power. David felt his body lighten, his strength returning to his body. David didn't want to resist. The opponent was transcendent. He had already experienced the terror of transcendent. It wasn't something he could deal with. He lifted the breathing device from his face. There was oxygen in the narrow cabin, allowing him to breathe freely. Transcendent Castle saw that David didn't speak. He still said, "We'll be able to return to the ship in an hour. During this time, you'd better stay put." David nodded to show that he understood. Transcendent Castle was very careful. He didn't take off the transcendent armor on his body, only his face. As a transcendent who had been on the battlefield for a long time, he would not underestimate anyone even if he had the absolute advantage. On the battlefield, he had seen a relaxed transcendent take off their transcendent armor and die from being stabbed by a level 1 insectoid. Therefore, as long as there was an enemy, he would wear the transcendent armor, regardless of the strength of the enemy. It was precisely because of this caution that he had been able to survive on Warstar and live very well at that. David was not willing to be captured just like that. After knowing that Transcendent Castle was sent by the mysterious organization, he decided to resist with all his might. He believed that if he fell into the hands of the mysterious organization, he would suffer a fate worse than death. As long as he thought about the bizarre methods of the mysterious organization, he would feel his blood run cold. It was impossible to win a direct battle. David did not have any weapons in his hands, while Transcendent Castle was wearing transcendent armor. The two were not even on the same level. The only thing that was not under Transcendent Castle's control was the Shadow Attendant. Transcendent Castle had not imagined that there would be an existence like the Shadow Attendant. Even though he had seen powerful Shadow Attendants on Warstar, he had never heard of a Shadow Attendant that could turn invisible. Moreover, this kind of invisibility was more like hiding in space than ordinary invisibility. David split half of his attention into the Shadow Attendant's body, inspecting the structure and equipment of this single-occupancy spacecraft. The single-occupancy spacecraft structure was extremely simple. It had a Krypton crystal engine and some necessary survival equipment to ensure that the single-occupancy spacecraft was small enough. Only by being small could it reduce the chances of being discovered when entering the planet's interior. Imagine a spacecraft that could fly in space that could only fit one seat, while also ensuring that it could fly for short distances and enter the atmosphere. The technology and cost required for this was astonishing. It was for this reason that the single-occupancy spacecraft did not have a gravitational stabilization system installed. The main reason for this was that the Transcendent was using it, so it did not need a gravitational stabilization system. David was currently in a weightless state, so he could only grab onto the ground with both hands to stabilize his body. When David absorbed the souls of those space pirates, there was a piece of knowledge that even David thought was useless: the 40% proficiency in spacecraft maintenance. Now it was useful. Through the Shadow Attendant, he could understand the functions of this single-occupancy spacecraft. Because the structure was simple, the Shadow Attendant only needed 5 minutes to inspect all the functions of the spacecraft. This was not a proper spacecraft, so it lacked many functions. One of them was the ability to detect poisonous gases. Perhaps even the designer of the single-occupancy spacecraft for Transcendent Castle did not think that the Transcendent Castle would be affected by poisonous gases. This was because the moment poisonous gases appeared, Castle Transcendent could use Transcendent armor to isolate them. David's heart skipped a beat. He loosened his grip a little, causing his body to involuntarily roll around in the cockpit. Then, a hand accurately grabbed David's neck and pressed him to the floor. "Kid, don't try any tricks. You are Kaji. Stabilize your body, or I will tie you up," Castle Transcendent said fiercely. He did not notice that when David rolled around, the breathing device that was pushed to his head was put back on his face. Transcendent Castle let go of David and sat back in his seat. He took out a book from his metal wrist guard and started reading. David saw that it was a novel. He did not expect Castle Transcendent to be reading novels in his free time. David did not move around. He carefully stabilized his body and did not provoke Castle Transcendent. He was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Transcendent Castle suddenly realized that the communication device on his single-person landing spaceship was blinking. It was important to note that the communication device on a single-person landing spaceship could only connect to the main spaceship. It could not be used for long-distance communication. Did something happen to the main spaceship? He thought to himself as he connected the communication device. He did not believe that anyone would dare to touch his spaceship. The main spaceship had an obvious Transcendent logo. "Sir, General Adams left a message for you." The butler's voice came from the main spaceship. "Why is General Adams looking for me?" Transcendent Castle asked curiously. Then he opened General Adams' message. "Transcendent Castle, David is the child of my subordinate. Please return David." General Adams' message was simple. His voice was firm and powerful. "Damn it, what does this have to do with General Adams?" Transcendent Castle cursed in his mind. His facial expression kept changing. Originally, he had to give face to General Adams, but this matter concerned his lifespan. If he lost this opportunity, where would he find so much holy water of youth? Only a sufficient amount of holy water of eternal youth could affect a Transcendent's lifespan. He was not a normal person. The holy water of eternal youth could repair his body. 10 bottles would be enough for him to adjust his body back to its original state. At the very least, his lifespan could be changed to a normal Transcendent's lifespan of 300 years. He decided to ignore General Adams. In the worst-case scenario, he would leave planet Battlestar after completing the transaction. The universe was vast. There was nowhere he could not go. David also heard the message and realized that it had come to save him. However, he also saw the expression on Transcendent Castle's face. He knew that Transcendent Castle probably did not want to let go. He just did not know what kind of benefits that mysterious organization had offered Transcendent Castle. While Transcendent Castle was thinking, the shadow attendant took out a syringe from the spatial ring in the cabin's air circulation system. Then, the shadow attendant pushed out the purple liquid from the disposable syringe. This was the nerve suppressor type 3 poison, a terrifying poison. If it were not for the special privilege when purchasing it, it would have cost 2,000 points to exchange for a single syringe of this nerve suppressor type 3 poison. The air circulation system turned the nerve suppressor type 3 poison into gas and guided it into the cabin. The narrow cabin made it easier for the nerve suppressor type 3 poison to take effect. If Transcendent Castle was not distracted by anything else, he would definitely have noticed something strange. However, Transcendent Castle's attention had been affected by General Adams' message. Coupled with his confidence in his own strength, he did not expect David to still want to make a comeback at this time. Under the influence of the cosmic light, the light purple mist blended in with the light. It was hard to notice if one did not pay special attention. In the narrow cabin, only 2 people were breathing. David was using the breathing system, so he did not breathe in the air in the cabin. Thus, only Transcendent Castle was breathing in air that contained the nerve suppressor type 3 poison. David's heart beat faster. He nervously observed the changes in Transcendent Castle. "Kid, what are you thinking?" Why is your heart beating so fast? Suddenly, Transcendent Castle asked. David was shocked. However, he quickly noticed that Transcendent Castle's face had a strange flush. There was a hint of purple in the redness. What did you do to me? Transcendent Castle also realized that something was wrong with him. He stood up abruptly and shouted. However, as soon as he stood up, his body froze. His expression also became extremely unwilling. All the nerves in his body had gone out of control. Due to his nerves going out of control, he found it difficult to breathe. David did not want to get too close to Transcendent Castle. Who knew if this Transcendent Castle had the dying strike ability? He used the seat to hide his body. If Transcendent Castle wanted to kill him, he would have to attack the seat first. Although this seat could not block a single attack from Transcendent Castle, it could at least buy David a little more time to dodge. Can you tell me how I got hit? Transcendent Castle felt all the muscles in his body go out of control. He was even about to lose control of his tongue. He wanted to know why this happened, or else he would not be able to rest in peace. He had experienced countless life and death battles on Warstar. Although he had faced many dangers, he had always managed to survive. He did not expect that a simple mission this time would lead to his imminent death. You've been hit by the nerve suppressor type 3 poison. David replied when he saw that Transcendent Castle's entire body had turned purple. He knew that Transcendent Castle was truly unable to attack. No, impossible. Transcendent Castle could no longer speak properly, but he did his best to spit out these words. Transcendent Castle was not a novice who had never been on the battlefield before. After capturing David, he had searched David's entire body. If there really was a nerve suppressor type 3 poison, he would have discovered it long ago. There was no way he would have allowed David to use the nerve suppressor type 3 poison. It's true, David said in a low voice. Even if Transcendent Castle was about to die, he would not reveal that he had the ability to become a shadow attendant. This was his greatest secret. The nerve suppressor type 3 poison was truly overbearing. Fortunately, this poison did not spread through the skin. Otherwise, David would have ended up like Transcendent Castle. Transcendent Castle still wanted to say something, but the nerve suppressor type 3 poison had begun to break out. Most of the nerves in his body had lost their function. His heart was also affected, beating slower and slower. The nerve suppressor type 3 poison was a powerful poison that could poison a level 2 insectoid. Transcendent Castle's body was not even as strong as a level 2 insectoid. Although it was only spread through breathing, due to the narrow space of the ship, the nerve suppressor type 3 poison was able to fully unleash its effects. Transcendent Castle's breathing became weaker and weaker. His heartbeat was also almost inaudible. However, David did not relax. He had to wait to know if the other party was dead, so he waited. When a shadow attendant suddenly rushed out and sucked in his soul, David's mind that was left in the shadow attendant's body felt extremely comfortable. This comfortable feeling lasted for a minute before slowly fading away. David was finally able to relax. However, he did not dare take off the breathing device. The ship was filled with poisonous fog. He stepped forward and grabbed Transcendental Cather's corpse. At this moment, the transcendent armor on Transcendental Cather's body had disappeared. He only had a set of underwear and a spatial device on his wrist. David did not know where the transcendent armor went, but when he saw the dimensional device, he had a guess. Without the control of the transcendent's power, the transcendent armor was most likely automatically retracted back into the dimensional device. David removed the dimensional device from Transcendent Castle's wrist and played with it in his hand. David had seen Transcendent Garen demonstrate the dimensional device before. He tested it with his mind, but it did not work at all. He then summoned the shadow attendant and wanted the shadow attendant to try it out. The mind that was left in the shadow attendant's body entered the dimensional device along with the shadow attendant's exploration of the dimensional device. David let out a long sigh of relief. The shadow attendant never disappointed him. It was as if he was omnipotent. Even the dimensional device that required Transcendent's power to open was just as simple for the shadow attendant. The dimensional device was about 2 cubic meters of space. The most obvious thing inside was the transcendent armor that was originally worn by Transcendent Castle. At this time, the transcendent armor was still worn, but there was no one inside. David did not know what the requirements for wearing the transcendent armor were, and he did not dare to try it out. He knew that if an ordinary person wore an exoskeleton armor, their body would immediately collapse. Before he understood the transcendent armor, there was no way he would try it on. Next to the transcendent armor was a heavy axe protected by a leather sheath. The rest were 5 bottles of holy water of youth that he was very familiar with. This was the deposit given to him by the Knight of the great world of God. David also saw a few books, some anonymous credit cards, and an agreement that recorded his capture in exchange for 10 bottles of holy water of youth. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.